intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
Before striking fear in Gaza, as the president warns it's over for Hamas and he will arm Israel with whatever it takes.
Well, this all comes as the Defence Secretary John Healey arrives in Washington to meet his US counterpart. It's in a bid to bridge the gap between the two nations.
Also today, a clash with the French after they refuse to rescue migrants in their waters and demand Britain steps in.
Accusations of two-tier justice shock the public. Judges are asked to consider a criminal's ethnicity and faith before sentencing.
Is trust in our trains about to go off the rails? From today, the public can see, you and me, how often our trains are delayed or cancelled.
Is it ever OK to smack your child when they're misbehaving? Well, science says it does, no good for parents or children. We're debating that in just a moment.
I feel a lawsuit coming on.
Yes.
In the sport this morning, Liverpool stage a smash and grab in Paris with Alisson will do most of the grabbing as they beat PSG 1-0 in the Champions League. Britain to bid for the first World Cup to be held here in 69 years. And the game of football that goes through the streets and fields and the rivers, you name it, it goes everywhere. Anybody can join in and has the goals 3 miles apart. I'll tell you more about it.
It's going to be even warmer than it was yesterday, with temperatures up a couple of degrees and plenty of sunshine on offer before some showery rain arrives later. I'll have the details coming up.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is GB News Breakfast. Do you two like dancing in the kitchen?
Is it St Patrick's Day? I mean, really, it's very green.
Oh, no, we just decided to wear green today.
But why not?
I know, I like it. Yeah, I like it.
It's not very far till St Patrick's Day, actually. It's like the 16th of March, is it? 17th of March?
17th, is it? I think.
Did you start telling me about these colours?
I know, and then
it would only be
17th,
fair.
yeah, and then we should all coordinate. That would be nice.
Appreciate it.
I would look like a band.
I know.
Speaking of bands,
yes.
There's a story in the Daily Mail today about about the nostalgic music that gets us up and dancing around the kitchen.
Right.
Yeah.
And top of the charts is Rhythm is a Dancer.
Oh, no. What is it voted for? There's no way.
I
ridiculous.
don't know who voted, but 28% of the voters wanted that one. A Dancing Queen, which I was surprised was not number one.
Yeah.
It comes in at number 2.
Always good.
Always a good one. Queen, Don't Stop Me Now, up there as well.
Yeah, quite short but very, very fast.
But very good. And Beyonce's Single Ladies. Oh, the Single Ladies.
Yeah.
Oh, the Single Ladies.
My daughter was born to I'm in the Mood for Dancing by the Nolan Sisters.
Oh.
Because in the hospital they said, oh, would you like a CD as we go through?
Okay.
So I'm like, well, I said, well, it doesn't really matter. This was like, it was... So they...
I don't think they were asking you.
I'm going... Have you got any Bruce Springsteen? Yeah, and it was, so I always, whenever I hear I'm in the mood for dancing.
That's a nice song to come into the world to.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Well, apparently 73% of the families in this survey say that the best time they have together is when they're dancing together.
That's nice.
How sweet is that?
Yeah, I'm not a dancing family.
No, not a dancing family?
No,
We're not a dancing family.
None of us.
Yeah.
Apart from the odd occasion when I have seen as a kid and you see your parents dancing to 50s and 60s.
No, but how cute is that?
I know, and there's a point in the age when all of a sudden
it's just
dancing... I know they say the dad dance, it all gets a bit too... You know what I mean?
Are you a dad dancer?
No, I used to, but now I've retired from dancing because I've realised that I will now look like a dad dancer. I just can't deal with that. I can't.
Yeah.
Anyway, let us know, what's the music that gets you up and dancing in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Is it Rhythm is Dancer, which is...
Rhythm is
S Club 7, Reach for the Stars. See, that's got a bit of a dancey...
No.
But then everybody does probably all the moves at the same time.
Yeah.
And,
mine would be probably Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good
Love
tune.
Lionel.
It's a good tune.
Yeah, what about you? Oh, I don't want to know. It'll be something. It'll be something Eurovision.
Stephen, I'd like to know, what would yours be?
I can't stand the rain against my window.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
It's not much of a dancing tune.
Oh, it's not where I thought you were going with that,
It's a great tune.
Yeah.
You thought I'd go with that, did you?
No, I wasn't sure where you go with that, but no, that was a good, Coity?
Oh, it's hard for me.
Have a think.
Because my musical tastes are all over the place, so, yeah.
Have a think.
It all depends what I'm in the mood for at that time. I'm in the mood for dancing.
Yeah, all right. Well,
It wouldn't be that song, though.
All right, see you later on. Right, let's head to the other side of the Atlantic, Shredder, because President Trump has taken another high-stakes gamble by cutting off intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
Well, the intel has been crucial in holding back Russia, but now the US will only share it after nailing down negotiations.
Well, meanwhile, the freeze to military aid has left Ukraine's most powerful missiles frozen.
Well, at the same time, Trump has overnight told Gazans to hand over Israeli hostages or you are dead. It was a threat directly to Hamas, and it follows those rare talks between White House and Hamas.
Well, as tensions soar, the UK's Defence Secretary John Healey is in Washington for talks with his counterpart, Pete Hegseth.
Well, let's get the latest now with US journalist Scotty Nell Hughes, who joins us live now from Nashville. Good to see you, as always, Scotty. And should we start with President Trump posting overnight on Truth Social directly to Hamas? We haven't seen this before, have we?
No, we've not. But let me just counter on to how you open up your show today. I think every world leader this morning woke up and was singing and dancing to "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" by Tears for Fears, because that's exactly how it feels like right now as we continue to watch all of our world leaders kind of struggle for power and try to influence each other. But you're right. Donald Trump got up this morning. He's obviously very frustrated by what's going on in the Middle East and the fact that we still have not seen hostages released, something that he said had to happen from day one or there would be severe consequences to the Hamas if they did not release all of the hostages. And yet we're still seeing this slow trickle out. And I think that's starting to get very, very frustrating to Donald Trump. But I can guarantee as soon as he gets peace in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, all of his energies, foreign policy energy, is going to be turned on what's going on in the Middle East.
But threatening Palestinian civilians to say, you know, if you don't make sure that all these people in your communities are released, you are dead, it's an incredible thing for any leader to do, never mind the President of the United States.
Well, I think you're having to show some strength right now, some non-conventional negotiating skills. And while I definitely do not like threatening women and children, if Hamas was smart, if Hamas really cared about their own women and children, they would be going along with Donald Trump's request from the very beginning and trying to show this effort of wanting peace within the region. I think that's where that just shows how desperate right now it is to get these negotiations and both groups back to the table and talking to each other.
Well, this comes off the back of the revelation by the press secretary at the White House that the US has actually been holding talks with Hamas in Doha. So they've broken tradition here, haven't they, by speaking with a terror group?
Well, they have broken tradition. Like I said, this is an unconventional time. We're dealing with two very unconventional, non-traditional warfares where you have proxy groups involved in the conflict. We're not just talking about this as a conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. As we have learned, this has become a global conflict. And yes, I think that's one of the reasons why Trump is being able to look at somebody like Russia and China to help with this conflict. And I think that's more important right now when you're looking at getting it. It doesn't matter how you do it, the rules of it, just get everybody at the table to bring peace to it as soon as possible.
Yeah, but when you apply that to the Russia-Ukraine situation, it seems like they're going about it in a very strange way, because all we're seeing is threats against Ukraine at the moment, rather than anything against Russia, which of course started this problem.
Well, I think the reason why we're seeing this right now is that Ukraine continues to flip-flop. I mean, let's just talk about what happened last week here in the United States. I mean, there was a deal, a mineral rights deal done between Donald Trump between Marco Rubio and the Ukrainian delegation, between many of the United States delegation. In fact, the conversations that happened the week before with the UK Prime Minister, with President Macron. And yet, the day that Zelensky gets in front of the Oval Office, he decides to insult both our vice president and our president, and all of the American people who have financed his war for the last 3 years. And that leads us to where it is today. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin has been kind of sitting by the sidelines saying, I'm ready to talk for peace. He really hasn't been given his turn in the spotlight. But up until now, he has shown all signs that he is ready to come to the table and negotiate as long as there is one thing that doesn't happen, which is Ukraine not being allowed to enter into NATO. That's the hard line. Other than that, he's been quite easy to work with, at least from Trump's perspective.
OK, Scotty Nell Hughes, we're out of time with you, I'm afraid, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, GB News can reveal over 1,300 migrants have crossed the Channel illegally in just 5 days.
Wow. Well, pressure is now mounting on France to honour a pledge made by their Interior Minister to change the law and crack down on so-called taxi boats.
Well, it follows reports that a French naval ship shadowed a migrant crossing yesterday before radioing UK border force, which then brought them to Dover.
But the UK currently pays France £476 million as part of a 3-year deal to stop the boats. So we're asking this morning, why aren't they appearing to do that?
Let's talk to the political editor of The Spectator, Katie Balls. Good morning, Katie. Good to see you. This is laughable, isn't it? Especially when we're talking about renewing this deal for the next 5 years and the French aren't doing anything.
Yeah, and it's a long-running tension when it comes to what will the French side do on intercepting boats that you saw under the Tories. I think when Labour came in, there was this idea that they would be the adults in the room and they would improve relations so much that France would be much more helpful, and that linked into this big EU reset. So one of the bits of, agreeing to some things and a wider improvement of relationships with Europe was this idea that it might mean they were more helpful with border patrol and stopping these boats. Well, you look at the story and in the Express today too, detailing how a French boat, instead of helping those get back to the French shores, effectively taxied, a boat which looked pretty dangerous and as though, these people needed to get off it. Got it to a point where it was in UK waters and it was the UK's problem. It does show that this is not working out how Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, or Keir Starmer would want. And it's also at the same time that we know the weather is improving. Yeah. So there's going to be more and more crossings. And this is going to start to become, I think, a real political problem for the government. I mean, clearly it's been a political problem for successive governments, but I think this is going to be pushed to the focus again.
Can I ask you about a totally different story, which is on the front page of most of the papers today, claims of two-tier justice. This is new advice to judges being told to consider the background of ethnic minorities before passing a sentence. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so you quite quickly saw when this came out, Robert Jenrick, Crufts, other Tories coming out and saying, what is going on here? And there's been a bit of a confusing response from the Labour government as to what these rules are quite about. But clearly, if it's being used to soften sentences, or what is the context of needing to know one's faith? Now, you can say perhaps it's down to integration, what it's going to be like for them in prison and so forth. But I think at the same time that we're hearing that, there's fewer prison places. There's going to be more non-custodial sentences. And then something like this could be thrown into the mix, which is going to add to this sense that I think there's quite a lot of scepticism right now about the court system, about the justice system, also about, the way various things like the ECHR are working in terms of, who gets to stay in the country and who doesn't. So I don't think this is a good news story for the Labour government by any means.
No, indeed not. Katie, thanks very much indeed. I mean, just all balls. Judges always have a bit of leniency. I mean, it's their job to be able to show, some common sense when it comes to sentencing within the guidelines. But the idea that there should be justice for... It's one level of justice for all, isn't it? Isn't that the point of how justice is going to work? If you do something, this is the consequence of it.
Well, Shabana Mahmood, who's the Justice Secretary, said it doesn't represent her views or the views of this government. She says, as someone from an ethnic minority background herself, she doesn't stand for any differential treatment. And she says, there will never be a two-tier sentencing approach under my watch. But some would say, well, it's already happening. Already happening.
They were talking to the government a little bit later on, so we shall find out. 14 minutes past 6. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories this morning.
A Chinese PhD student has been found guilty of drugging and raping 10 women in Britain and China. Police are now appealing for more potential victims of the rapist come forward. Metropolitan Police Commander Kevin Southworth said he fears that more than 50 more potential victims may have been targeted.
Zoe was clearly a dangerous, prolific and predatory individual who preyed on his victim survivors in the most cowardly and despicable manner. In addition to the charges that you've seen brought during this trial, we also have evidence that he may have potentially attacked as many as 50 other women in the same awful nature. And that's why we're launching this appeal now in the hope that as many of those victim survivors as possible will come forward and give us the opportunity to give them the support that they deserve and ultimately bring him to the further justice that he deserves for what he has done.
Rail passengers in England will now be shown how often trains are cancelled and delayed in what's being described as a new era of rail accountability. Major stations are set to display digital screens that show the figures. It comes as part of the government's promised rail reforms.
And there are now officially more female doctors in the UK than male ones. It's for the first time since records began over 150 years ago. It's an industry that was largely dominated by men until the turn of the century, when a trend towards more women entering the industry began.
I don't care if there are more women than men, or I mean, I couldn't give a two hoots.
As long as they are available and ready to see me when I feel sick.
Yeah, I know.
Don't really mind.
Traditionally, some people have been sort of concerned about seeing, actually, maybe men, older men, saying, "I don't want to be seen by a woman," you know, when it's anything personal.
Well, I guess you'd say the same for women, actually.
Yeah, but you just got to go. As long as they know what they're doing, they've seen it all before.
And they're a professional.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. Well, let us know what you think. gbnews.com/you'll say. Let's get a check on the weather now, shall we, with Alex Burkle.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now do not go anywhere, because Paul Coyte's got all the latest sport for you in just a couple of ticks.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
Trans police officers will be allowed to strip search women despite ongoing backlash from critics. New guidance for the National Police Chiefs Council says that biologically male staff who identify as women should be allowed to intimately search women as long as they possess a gender recognition certificate. Now, what could possibly go wrong? But some women's rights groups claim that the police had forgotten about women in their pursuit of gender ideology. Well, I'm delighted to say I'm now joined by the Surrey Police and Crime Commissioner, Lisa Townsend. Lisa, a delight to have you on the show. Thank you very, very much for joining us. A lot of people have very, very legitimate concerns that if you're a woman, you're in a vulnerable position, you're being searched intimately, it should be another woman who is searching you. And a trans woman, in a lot of people's eyes, isn't a woman. They're a biological man who says they're a woman. What's your take on this?
I'm afraid that this is just the latest in a long line of announcements like this from the NCC about the ability for trans police officers to search women, males essentially, to search women. We wouldn't think it was okay anywhere else, and it's not okay in policing. I think there's also another way of looking at this, which is it's not just male officers, and they are born male. We are talking about males being able to search women. It's also the other way round. It's also female officers potentially being told that they have to search a trans woman, i.e. a male who has been brought into custody. That male could have been brought into custody because he himself has been violent, and he is insisting that he is a woman and therefore, you know, there's no time to check the gender recognition certificate, but that's how he identifies, and he insists on a female officer searching him. So I think we have to look at this on both sides, and either way, it can't be right.
GB News, the People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's the final week to see how you could win one of two amazing prize bundles in our latest Great British giveaway.
Yes, each one gets a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers and £10,000 in tax-free cash. If you want to take part, get a skid along because the lines close tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Lines close tomorrow on your chance to be one of two big winners, as we have two prize bundles that have to be won. There's two lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, as lines close at 6 p.m. tomorrow. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Right, should we have a look at the sport?
Let's.
Paul Coyte's here, good morning.
Good morning.
Very smart in the news.
Well, look at you.
Now, you two, with your lovely new suits
We've been
on.
out shopping, haven't we?
Yes.
I really like your one.
Thank you very much.
Would you call it a little tweed?
A little tweedy,
mix?
a little tweed-esque. Yeah.
I like both of them.
Right, you know one thing, though, before I do the sport, one thing that really bugs me. It's a fashion faux pas, and I've seen people do this all the time. When you get a new jacket or a new coat, sometimes...
I know what you're going to say.
The label, you get a label which is on the sleeve. Now, the label there is not to be left on the sleeve.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? And people, if it's a really
people
posh...
just leave it on.
They leave it on. I'm like... What are you doing? This is not like an Adidas sign or something like this. And it's like,
or they leave the flaps at the back.
Leave your flaps up. Leave your flaps done up. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to get the scissors out, ladies and gents.
Undo your flaps. That's what you've got to do. You've got to be careful.
You have.
So let's talk about the Champions League.
Oh, yes.
Paris Saint-Germain, 0, Liverpool. Alice, the hero was Alison, the goalkeeper, who was unbelievable. She's unbelievable. Alisson Becker, a Brazilian, he is absolutely magnificent. And people are saying he's the best goalkeeper in the world, but every now and again, a goalkeeper will have just one of those games where nobody seems to be able to get the ball past him. And that's what happened to him yesterday. So, and if you look at... Now, I'm not always big on stats by boring everybody with stats, but I think it's quite important for this one. Shots in the game. Paris Saint-Germain, 27. Liverpool, 2. On target, Paris Saint-Germain, 10. Liverpool, 1. That was the goal that went in.
Oh, wow.
Successful final third passes. So that's like the final third near the goal. 220 to Paris Saint-Germain, Liverpool 43. So it tells you one thing. And
luck was on their side.
Luck was on their side. The goalkeeper was the man of the match, which shows that he had a lot to do, and Liverpool were very lucky to come out of that with a result. So now they go to Anfield for the second leg, and that's next Tuesday. Next one. So, yeah.
Right.
Oh, by the way, we should hear from Arnie.
Oh, yeah.
Arne Slot, the Liverpool manager. You know, he's so honest as well. We spoke about him yesterday, and it'd be interesting. You would have other managers that might say, well, I thought we were the best team and we deserve to win. I don't think Arne Slot will say that, but let's hear what he said after the game.
Yeah, I think when we would have had a draw over here, we would have been already the lucky one, and that is clear for everyone. I think they were the much better team today. Especially in the first half, they had a lot of open chances as well, 3 or 4 big chances. In the second half, they were still the better team, still had a lot of shots on target, but they were mainly from outside the box. But I knew before the game, and I saw it today again, how much quality this team has and these individual players have. So all these shots from them from outside the box are with a certain speed that you only see with the top players. We have them as well, but you see them with them as well. That's why Alisson still had to make a lot of big saves.
See, honest. So it goes into the next one. And Paris Saint-Germain, they fancy it. They're going to go to Anfield and think they're going to win. Yeah. So if it goes, all they could do was just not score. So it was a very good result, though, for Liverpool. Tonight...
Oh, your team's up.
Yes.
Are you working tonight?
No, because it's in the Netherlands.
Oh, well.
AZ Alkmaar. AZ Alkmaar. So they are... That's tonight in the Europa League. Manchester United are playing...
Real Sociedad.
Yes, so these are all first legs. So it's probably a good thing that you're playing away in the first leg, and then you can get them at home. It's the same with Manchester United. Same thing with Rangers, and they're playing in Turkey tonight at Fenerbahce. So and Chelsea are also away for FC Copenhagen, which is Copenhagen.
Oh, nice.
Copenhagen.
It's Kobenhavn.
Is that what they call it?
Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
Wonderful Copenhagen. Salty old girl of the sea. You remember that?
Salty old girl of the sea.
Yes, isn't it? That was the Danny Kaye from Hans Christian Andersen.
Is it? I don't know.
Was it Salty Old Girl of the Sea?
I don't
Salty
know.
Old something of the sea.
I think you could be in a lot of trouble.
OK. Right. What else do you want to do? The World Cup?
Yes, why not?
Yes, can we? A Coldplay, the half-time performers. I'm confused.
This one, yeah. They'll be...
Oh, sorry, that's where I was going with that.
That's fine. Well, the thing is, they are talking about having a half-time show in the World Cup, in the next World Cup final, which is going to be in the States.
Great idea.
You know they do this for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they have, any big star will appear, and it was Kendrick Lamar, wasn't it, at the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
So they want to do the same thing for the World Cup. Which...
Great idea.
You know what? Why not? I don't see why not.
I don't think it'll work the same.
It's a great idea.
I don't know. But
there's something.
The Super Bowl is so unique.
But they're doing... I mean, football is getting a little more show busy, and also the fact that it's in the States. But there's one major problem with this.
Oh, yeah.
And that is with the Super Bowl, they have a half-hour break between the two halves.
Yeah.
So with football, it's only 15 minutes. So I even timed the thing. The Kendrick Lamar gig was 13 minutes long, but then they have to move all the staging, take it off again. So 13 minutes long. So if you've got a 15-minute break in the middle of a football match...
It's one song.
What are you going to do? Yeah, it's going to be like, let's move the stage on, one song, get them off again. So I don't know whether then FIFA are going to start thinking, let's just make the half-times longer. And you can't do that. But, the idea, I guess, is there. See, I'm not sure.
No, I see what you mean.
But I don't want to end up sort of sounding like a fuddy-duddy.
Why is Coldplay picking the artists?
It's bizarre, isn't it? Because apparently Chris Martin is talking to FIFA. Why they'd go to him and say, we would like you boys to pick the artist, because if they're saying, listen, Chris, could you pick the artist? They go, well, what's wrong with us? So you'd think maybe they're going to do the gig.
They don't want to bore everyone to sleep.
Don't be nasty. I think Coldplay not that I've ever been, but apparently it's one of the best shows you can go to see.
They do a hell of a show.
Have you been?
But that's a long show. But it's not going to be like a 10-minute special.
But they've got ballads. That would be good.
Yeah, but you don't want a ballad at half-time, do you?
Oh, I wouldn't.
Unless you're losing 6-0.
With a wine.
You don't want any, we want something... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that. Finally, the Royal... Have we got time for the Royal Shrovetide football match?
Oh, yeah.
Shrove Tuesday and Ash Wednesday, they play this in Ashbourne, Derbyshire. They've played it since 1667. Have a look at this. This is just... Try and work this out. So it's the world's largest, longest, oldest football match. It's the Uppards against the Downards. They play through streets and fields. You've probably seen this.
It's very busy.
It's going on for years. Everybody gets involved. The goals are 3 miles apart. So there we are. And if you can try and work out how the hell this is going, it's amazing that nobody gets injured or very badly hurt. But there is a ball in there somewhere. And it's not... And they're holding it, so you can't just kick it along. And this is how it works. So you've got to try and get the ball from one side of the town to the other.
It's like a scrum.
It's
through the town.
Look at this.
Oof.
Crazy.
It really is.
Crazy scenes.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on, there'll be a lot of drinking, a lot of fun after that.
Yeah, I think so. The guy
do you think it gets a bit scrappy?
Oh, yeah. The guy that scored the winning goal, by the way, got beer, I think, for a whole year in the local pub.
Beer for a year. That's nice.
That is it.
Can't argue with that.
No.
So British. I love it.
It is. It really is.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later.
By the way, no half-time show in that. There's no half-time show.
No, Coldplay, calm them down.
Flanagan and Allen or something.
I think Coldplay would be good. Anyway, let's know, what do you think? For a half-time show at the World Cup, who should be performing? I think Coldplay would be quite good.
Yeah.
Or Taylor Swift, of course. gbnews.com/you'll say. Now, have you given up anything for Lent?
No.
I'm surprised.
No, I don't give things up for Lent.
Do you add things?
Things. No,
he already does lots of charitable things, to be fair. You probably can't have much more.
You off the sugar?
This is day 2 of no sugar.
How are we doing?
Oh, really?
I felt myself feeling ratty yesterday.
Oh, dear.
And then I had to Google how it feels to... had to Google
cold
rattiness.
turkey sugar.
Yeah, what happens when you go cold turkey? And apparently you are ratty for a number of days, so sorry.
Right.
Next few days could be tough. But then apparently you will feel better in a week's time, so I'll get back to you in a week.
It's going to be a long week.
Yeah, it is going to be a long week.
Well, as Christians across the world observe Lent, we're going to be bringing you daily reflections from ministers around the UK. Here's the Reverend Mike.
The GB News Daily Reflection.
Hello, I'm Reverend Mike and welcome again to St Leonard's Church. One of my favourite summer pastimes is to build sandcastles with towers and moats and elaborate windows. But no matter how sturdy our beautiful creation is, the tide will take it away and its place will remember it no more. It's something of a parable of the transitory nature of our earthly lives. No matter how much wealth and health and glory we amass, the grave eventually washes it all away. Is this all there is to life? One great big sandcastle? Well, Christ came to usher in a very different kind of kingdom. A kingdom that lasts forever. A kingdom that all of us are welcome to belong to, and where we can build something that lasts. So let me ask you a question. Are you living purely for this transitory life? Or are you making preparations for the next life? The life that lasts forever?
I think they're lovely. Something to think about.
They are lovely. It's so tranquil. Nice way to start the day.
It is a nice way to start
Have a moment of reflection.
Right. Don't go anywhere, because we're taking a short break and then we're straight back. We've got Alex Armstrong and Scarlett Maguire taking us through the papers.
The latest GB News travel. Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for repairs after an accident earlier. Diversions are off and back on by the split roads. In London, the A5 is blocked southbound for an investigation off Cannons Corner in Stanmore. On the M26 in Kent, it's taking 10 minutes in queues approaching the M25 because of roadworks. Also in Kent, the A20 is closed each way off junction 12 of the M20 near Folkestone after an accident. In East Sussex, the A259 remains closed eastbound along Grand Junction Road towards the A23 Palace Pier roundabout in Brighton because of an unsafe building. Red funnel passenger vehicle sailings between Southampton and East Cowes on the Isle of Wight are suspended because of poor weather conditions. On the Isle of Wight, the A3055 is closed between Brook and Norton Green after an accident.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website gbnews.com.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons,
Very, very curious.
we bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
6:37, good morning to you. Let's see what's in the papers this morning. Alex Armstrong and Scarlett Maguire are going to share their selections. Good morning, you two.
Morning.
Scarlett, let's start with the Telegraph, should we? With what Trump is doing in regard to Ukraine.
This is so depressing, isn't it? Is how much was started by the whole Zelensky argument in the White House, which many people who know a lot more than I do think was a totally put-up job and it was absolutely planned and that they were trying to trap him. But anyway, you know, first of all, they say no aid, and now we're saying we're not even... The British are not allowed to share any intelligence that comes from the Americans with the Ukrainians. So therefore, what this means is that if you're in Kyiv, which, you know, is... to all intents and purposes, a sort of a thriving city, that you won't be warned when there's going to be an airstrike. I mean, it's just... I mean, it's so punitive.
Yeah, I think this comes off the back of Trump obviously wanting this peace deal to go forward immediately. He's very keen, clearly, he's very, very keen, and he's said it multiple times for the peace deal to happen now. And I think what happened after Zelensky left Washington was he came here and he made a statement along the lines, and he said something along the lines of this, saying the war's going to continue for a very, very long time still. That really enraged Donald Trump. I mean, I saw some of his Truth Social posts reposted on X, and you could see he was enraged at it, and that's where that military aid then stopped, and this is a follow-on from that. So what they're doing is...
But why is it then that he seems to be indicating, or seemed to indicate last night, that if Zelensky signs the mineral deal... then it will restart. I mean, that's what I'm uncomfortable about, that it seems to be the same.
Yeah.
In effect, give us a contract so we're going to make a whole load of money and we'll start supplying everything again.
Well, the mineral deal was actually Biden's plan. So the people don't know this because Trump wants to take credit for it. It's actually Joe Biden's plan. So this goes back a really long way. However, it's what they're saying is, and I'm saying this very objectively, it's to give America some economic assurances that they're going to get their money's worth out of Ukraine. And let's face it, right? We can live in a pretend world, but this is what happens in wars. They fund you. We had the Marshall Plan here in the UK. We sold out our whole country to America after World War II to repatriate so they could get their money's worth. This is what happens after war.
This is what happens with America in wars.
Well, sure.
Right? No, this isn't what happens in Europe in wars. Yes.
Well, we did do it as well. You know, we did do it back in the days of the Empire, but we did it with boots on the ground. So
we just behaved appallingly. But actually, the Americans said, "We'll come and help you, and then you're going to be paying for it for decades."
Yes.
And so they're saying it to the Ukrainians, but also they're saying, "We want this, but we won't give you anything," because there is no question that I mean, I was watching interviews with some pro-Ukrainian Republican senators who were saying, well, we haven't quite seen what Russia is going to give up. We all know that basically Ukraine has got to sign up to a peace deal. And people who say they know a lot say, well, you know, Russia won't get the whole of Ukraine. No, I mean, if you're not going to have any peacekeepers, then it's
there's a lot to be desired still here, and I certainly agree with you that we've really got to see how this plays out before anything's agreed to on a peace deal. Like, Russia cannot take more than it. Well, at least it's been planned to.
And, I mean, I do think that the Europeans, that the one good thing has come out of this is that Europe has got together to say...
But they're a disaster, Scarlett. They're a disaster. They can't even agree on peacekeeping troops. That's the problem.
They've
come out strong, but it's a photo op more than anything.
No, Alex, they're trying. It's a really good beginning. And actually...
I can accept that.
I think Keir Starmer has played a blinder. And if he goes back to Washington with Zelensky and said, now we've got to have something, and he's being really, really nice, but he's saying the Ukrainians have to have a say in this peace deal. It cannot be the Russians only.
But what about... But I tell you what worries me about all of this is that I don't think there is enough focus on Russia about what is going on. The thing that sticks in my mind is Trump going to do an Anthony Eden? Is he going to, at some point, come back and say, I'm in my hand, I hold a piece of paper, you know, which obviously proved ultimately to be worthless?
Yeah, well, I think that's what we're all expecting.
I think that's the big question, isn't it? Whether or not I mean, I don't think Putin can be trusted at all with anything, which is why.
But Trump says he trusts him, doesn't he? He trusts his word.
Well, I think that's one of the great things about the mineral deal is it will give America economic interests in Ukraine, which if Russia stops bombing American interests, I can tell you what, those businesses will start saying to Trump, you better start putting some troops on the ground.
There were Americans in Ukraine when the Russians went in.
I know, but this is a real investment. You know, look, America's an economic-based empire, and if you bomb their investments, they're going to come after you.
That's true.
But you can still bomb Kyiv and say this is what we want, and the Russians can say we're quite happy. We'll run Ukraine, and you can have a bit of interest. It's really frightening.
I really hope that's not the case.
Well, Scarlett, Alex, do stay with us. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time. But first, if you're in search of some winter sun, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
It's an unsettled story across some parts of Western Europe as we go through the next couple of days. There's the risk of some heavy, thundery rain bringing some flooding. There's a system pushing into Portugal, western Spain, and that's bringing some intense rain. Also, some heavy rain already affecting eastern parts of Spain, so further totals building up, causing more issues. More unsettled weather across parts of the Mediterranean, though further east towards Greece it's looking largely dry. Then quite a mixed bag when we head through the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30am.
Only on GB News.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
So many people I know this applies to. We are terrified of driving in that because you're literally getting blinded now. What's going on here?
You are. I'm going to be a little bit contentious, though, and say that bright headlights have actually come about in order to make roads safer. Because if, like me, you've had experience of driving older cars, you'll know just how appalling the older style headlights can be. And in fact, you can't actually see very clearly the road ahead. So the new xenon and LED headlight technology actually stemmed from a racing background when cars were racing at night in order to make the roads brighter. Now, I'm not saying that it's not a problem for drivers, but I do sort of think that, this possibly could be part of the whole culture of people liking to have something to complain about. And they kind of need to learn, and I think this really should be part of the driving test. You need to learn how to drive at night and not to look directly into the headlights that are coming towards you.
But the RSC survey also shows, Amanda, that it suggests that there's been at least 200 road accidents which could be directly attributed to people being dazzled by the light. So that can't be good.
No, exactly. And I mean, I'm not belittling the accidents, and I'm certainly not belittling the people who have problems, particularly things like cataracts, which can really be a problem for nighttime driving. And it is a really serious problem when it comes to safety, admittedly. But again, I just feel that, bright headlights actually essentially make the road safer. We've got far more people travelling on the roads these days than we've ever had at any point in history. And so by virtue of the fact, we are going to see these numbers rising because, of course, there are going to be more people who are going to be dazzled by the headlights.
The People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. We're going through the papers again with Alex Armstrong and Scarlett Maguire. Morning, you two.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Alex, let's have a look at the Daily Express, shall we? This is a remarkable story. It's about the French not fulfilling their promises.
Yes. Well, of course, we had that big deal, didn't we? Rishi Sunak heralded in where we were paying, what was it, $500 million or something crazy to the French for them to stop the boats. I think that was the old slogan, which he's now come out and said he regrets saying, by the way, just yesterday in an interview. But there's been this exclusive here from the Express, the Daily Express. They put a big spread out, and they've found this French military boat, escorting migrants into the median line, which is where we have to pick them up. Now, of course, this is sparking a massive outcry because you have to ask yourselves, what are we paying them to do?
Yeah.
Right? This is costing the taxpayer billions, multi-millions, possibly billions in the end. And their job is to stop them from crossing to the channel. And we're not getting any closer to that. We've had, was it the highest ever in the first few months of this year? 1,000 and something have already crossed over. 1,168 people have already crossed. And that's going to get higher, I would have thought, with the calm weather the next few days.
This is a disgrace.
Yeah, no, but I think it's really problematic. Is I think the French try and literally stop the boats from being launched. And then I've seen
Not convinced.
So
I'm not either.
I've seen GB News reports showing them stopping it, and then the people will go around, and they've got miles and miles of coastline, and so you just go somewhere else. And actually, what they're now trying to do is they're trying to do an international operation to literally stop the boats from being from going there. But
yeah, but there's no excuse to then escorting them to the median line.
Well, we don't know. We don't know how much they were escorted. I mean, I'm sure they were not escorted.
Well, they weren't stopped
from the coast. No, well, I think that I think
we should escort them back again.
But if you're the French,
there were only 1.3 miles.
That you don't.
No, well, it's not their problem, is it?
Problem. I mean, they go.
Exactly,
these people don't want to be with us. Let them go.
Yeah, but we're paying them £500 million a year.
I know. We're paying them £500 million to try and stop boats from being launched. And this has been going on for years. And actually, I mean, I remember I think David Blunkett was the first person who started paying the French to do it. We had Sangatte, which was, I mean, I'm talking about the 90s. We've had people in these camps trying to get to Britain, and it is appalling in every sense of the word. But what do you do? What do you do?
Well, do we need to stop paying the French?
Yeah, well, we definitely need to stop.
It's not working,
is it? No,
it's not working.
It's not working. I think we can all be honest about it. It's a waste of taxpayer money. But the only answer to this is to send them back to France. It's the only answer to say this is a stupid journey, and by them going back, being sent back to France, it will prove to the other people in those
take them.
Well, that's something for us to negotiate.
We should be able
to do that.
The French will not take them.
Whether the French want them or not isn't our problem. We don't want them, but the French are giving them to us. That's the thing, right? It's going one. This negotiation is going one way, so we need to show a little bit of backbone here and go, well, you know, you're taxiing them into Britain.
Alex, the French.
We're talking about smashing the gangs. The French are probably the biggest gang at the moment.
No, but what we know about the French, and we've seen it on TV, is they do try and stop the boats, right? They stop the boats from launching.
Or do they want to be seen to be trying to stop
They want to be seen. OK, so...
The boat is here. Let us stop it and let me just have a cigarette first.
If we stop paying the French, then nothing... Then the boats will just... I mean,
we could just turn them back.
It's an international thing. But what happens to these people who are camped there? And it began, they used to get on Eurostars, they used to get on lorries.
That's France's problem to resolve, but the problem is it's now our problem. And while Labour are stepping up deportations, I mean, for every one person they're deporting, they're going to have thousands more coming in. So this deportation programme they've got going is going to be a waste of time as well.
Could we not build a very large fence in the middle of the channel?
A seawall. We got to build a seawall. Stephen wants a seawall in the channel.
I know it sounds a bit stupid. But is it
a bit stupid?
Is it that stupid? And you've got monitored lanes for what needs to cross.
Listen, like, there's so much technology out there today. We could have drones checking the waters. But I think realistically, the only way this is ever going to work is if we have tough action on the French and bring the migrants back. And I think most British people will go, I think enough's enough. We need to do something more dramatic.
I know, and the French won't take them back. And actually,
what we have to do... They're going to huff and cough.
And the problem is, what do we do with these, I don't know, for thousands of people who are camped there? And as I said, every time one thing stops, they find another way of doing it.
Well, maybe we should take them to another country then.
Well, that was Rwanda.
We were only ever... The chances of one going to Rwanda was less than the chance of somebody being drowned in the Channel. I mean, it was... So if you're not... And remember, these people, many of them, they've already come across the Mediterranean. I mean, I do not understand why they're so keen to come to Britain, right? I mean...
I do. Free hotel, benefits, meals a day, 5-star hotels, heating. Come on. We advertise it to them, Scarlett. We have to be honest about it. Every other country, even Italy, has stopped all those things. Italy's down 60% or so on over the last year because they have become a much harder line on people coming to the country. You'll never get citizenship, you won't get benefits, but we give them everything. They have a massive incentive to come to Britain.
They really don't. This is not why they come. They actually come because we speak English and because they want to work.
Most of them don't speak English, though, do they, a lot of them?
They all come and learn English. I do have refugees in my house. I do know about these people.
Well, that's very good of you, actually. I'll give you credit for that, because a lot of people who are on the left who are refugees welcome here will not do that. So credit to you for doing that, Scarlett.
So I do know that they come to work, they come speak English. I don't understand why they're so desperate to come, right? I mean, I don't understand.
You could do some research and come back next week and find out. We'll know.
Yes.
There you go.
Each one has a different story.
Well, maybe we
I mean, that is, they are people. I mean, we do have to remember they are people and they are desperate, right? Each one is escaping awful things.
Are they financial migrants?
Economic. Well, I mean, yes. If you're leaving Sudan or the Horn of Africa, I mean, but one I had staying with me, a young woman who was supposed to go to Rwanda, was a Christian in a Muslim country. You know, her parents had been in jail for 9 years.
Gosh. Well, on that note, we do have to leave it there, but we will see you both a little bit later on. We'll get through more than 2 stories next time.
Yes.
Here's weather.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for repairs after an accident. Diversions are off and back on by the slip roads, causing long delays. On the M6 in the West Midlands, there are southbound queues heading away from junction 10, the Walsall and Wolverhampton turn, to 9 near Birmingham, where overnight roadworks overran. In Northamptonshire, the A45 is partly blocked westbound by an accident at the Wilby Way roundabout in Wellingborough, causing queues. On the M26 in Kent, it's taking nearly half an hour, and queues approaching the M25 because of roadworks. Also in Kent, the A20 is closed westbound off junction 12 of the M20 near Folkestone after an accident. And on the Isle of Wight, the A3055 is closed in both directions between Brook and Norton Green after an accident yesterday afternoon. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The US president ups the pressure on the world stage.
After a history-making State of the Union speech, Donald Trump stops all intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
And then striking fear in Gaza as he warns it's all over for Hamas.
Well, it all comes as Defence Secretary John Healey arrives in Washington to meet his US counterpart. It's to try and bridge the gap between the two nations.
Also today, a clash with the French after they refuse to rescue migrants in their waters and demand Britain steps in.
Accusations of two-tier justice shock the public. Judges are asked to consider a criminal's ethnicity and faith before sentencing.
Is our trust in trains going off the rails? From today, we'll be able to see how often our trains are delayed or cancelled.
And those displays are a step towards rebuilding trust with passengers using the railways. That's according to Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander this morning.
Is it ever okay to smack your child when they're misbehaving? Well, science says it does no good for parents or children. We're debating that this morning.
A grim net zero future. We exclusively reveal the average household could face a nearly £1,000 rise in their bills by 2030.
The right to grieve. Parents who experience miscarriages will soon be entitled to paid leave. We're going to speak to the woman behind the campaign.
And in sport this morning, will Liverpool stage a smash and grab in Paris with Alisson doing all the grabbing as they beat PSG 1-0 in the Champions League. Spurs, Manchester United and Rangers all playing away in the Europa League tonight. And as the European Indoor Athletics Championships are this weekend, former world champion Jamie Bolsch, who's great, will join us.
It's going to be even warmer than it was yesterday, with temperatures up a couple of degrees and plenty of sunshine on offer before some showery rain arrives later. I'll have the details coming up.
Just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is GB News Breakfast. It's World Book Day today, so if you're a parent or grandparent out there, you'll know all about this. You probably have
we've got to get dressed up.
Got to get dressed up as a character from a book, and apparently it's very stressful as a parent.
It really is.
Do you remember these days?
Yeah, I do remember those. Yeah, I do. The thing is, there's so many Harry Potters around. You know, it's like something different. I think a little rabbit Fufu was what is that we dressed Joe up as.
Aww.
And I remember getting bunny ears, and he had a hammer. Well, not a real hammer. Probably not safe to go to primary school with a real hammer. But this big blow-up house, I remember those. We've done, ballet dancer, I think, of something. But you know, but biographies.
Did he mind that?
No, I think he was good. No, he looked good. Yeah, I think he was quite happy. Yeah. The fact that he was 16 at the time. It was all right. No, but he did enjoy it. It is stressful, but it's great fun.
If you're planning in advance, the kids love it, don't they?
They do.
Getting all dressed up and going to school.
Well, they will. Does it do any good having a World Book Day?
Well, it enthuses children about reading and reading books.
Does it? Do you think it works?
Even if it doesn't, at least it's a good attempt to try.
Children love being read to, don't they?
That's one of my favourite things.
Why do they love it so much?
I don't know.
Because I was at my... Yeah, it is a great thing. I was at my friend's house the other day. She's got a little baby, and he just was handing me all these books. He just wanted to read everything.
But I bet you love doing it, right?
Oh, I loved doing it.
Yeah.
And it was lovely. But I was like, why are you enjoying this? I'm just reading.
Yeah, no, I love reading to children.
But do you love reading yourself? Because there's a story in the Times this morning that only 40% of Britons have actually read a book this year.
I'm not surprised. I don't think I have. I actually think its attention spans are getting less and less. To sit there with a book, I'd love to be able to do it, but I'm not really doing it.
Lovely to drift away. I tell you what I've slipped into, though, is audiobooks.
Me too.
Now, are they good?
But does that count as reading?
I don't think it does.
Oh, I think it does.
Although, obviously, probably Audible or whoever would say, yes, it does, but I feel as if I'm cheating when I'm doing it.
I do a little bit, but I get through hundreds of audiobooks a year.
I'll give you that. I think that's reading.
Yeah,
I think that's very good.
Okay?
I love it. I absolutely love them.
But I like the feel of a book and the smell of a book.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
But not the words.
No, I genuinely...
You look great with a book. Just don't read the damn thing.
Genuinely, I love reading, but the only time I have time for reading is on holiday.
There you go. That's what most people are saying.
I think a lot of people can probably relate to that. Anyway, if you're celebrating World Book Day today, your kids, your grandkids are, let us know what they are dressing up as. gbnews.com/you'll say.
Right. Should we talk about the Sentencing Council?
Let's, because it's controversial, isn't it?
It is. Anyway, the Sentencing Council, which you may not have heard of, outlines recommendations for courts in England and Wales, and it's issued new guidance on dealing with offenders.
Yes, it suggests that judges should consider whether a criminal is from an ethnic, cultural or faith minority before sentencing.
But that's been met with a backlash by the Conservatives, but also, actually, by the government.
Yes, Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood has responded swiftly to all of this, promising to write to the Council to recommend reversing the guidance.
Let's talk to the Shadow Justice Secretary, Robert Jedrick, who joins us from Westminster. Really good to see you this morning. So much for justice for all, then, or equal justice for all. I mean, this is ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, look, absolutely. These new sentencing guidelines issued by the Sentencing Council that we uncovered show that you're less likely to have a custodial sentence because one of these pre-sentencing reports would be commissioned for you. If you're a woman, if you are trans, if you're neurodiverse, if you're an ethnic minority, if you're from a minority faith group, which presumably means anyone who isn't Christian. This is anti-Christian bias, and it's a bias against straight white men. It's completely outrageous and ludicrous, and it needs to stop. And frankly, the Justice Secretary should have known about this before, if indeed she didn't. She has a personal representative on the very Sentencing Council that issued these guidance. I've read the minutes. There was no objection raised whatsoever. The government have got to intervene and stop this, because I don't want a two-tier justice system. There was a time for months and months where people like myself, people like your viewers, frankly, were being told when they said that there was a two-tier justice system that they were wrong. The Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, said that they were conspiracy theorists. Well, here it is in black and white, the law of the land, the Sentencing Council have said it themselves. There is two-tier justice in this country, two-tier justice under two-tier care.
Shabana Mahmood, the Justice Secretary, has expressed her displeasure. She said it doesn't represent her views or the view of the government, and she said it will never happen under her watch. But as you say, for people who were looking at Southport last summer, those who expressed concerns at the time over two-tier justice, I mean, they will feel as though it is already happening.
Well, it is already happening. I don't know why Shabana Mahmood would say that, because on the morning that I raised this, an email was sent out to every magistrate in the country telling them that they should start doing this. And so either Shabana Mahmood knew about this, and agreed with it, and that it is Labour Party policy, or she was completely asleep at the wheel, frankly, and totally incompetent, because one of the most senior officials in her department was at the very meeting in which this happened. No objection was raised. It was sent through, and the only thing they discussed was the millions of pounds that they were going to have to use of taxpayers' money to fund it. So she has real questions to answer, and she's got to say now, how do we stop this? Because I don't want a two-tier justice system in this country. We believe in the rule of law, and the heart of the rule of law is equality under the law, where you and I are treated the same, irrespective of the colour of our skin or the faith that we have. That is what we need to have, and Shabana Mahmood, the Lord Chancellor, needs to do something about this right now.
Can I ask you about what's going on in the States? A couple of issues. I mean, Trump has issued a warning to Hamas, but also to Gazan civilians, saying if these people aren't released, if the hostages aren't released immediately, you are dead, which is quite striking language. But also, you know, there's the freezing of weapons to Ukraine. There's now a cancelling of intelligence sharing with Ukraine. What's your take on all of that?
Well, look, on the continuing situation in Gaza, we want to get the hostages out. And Hamas could end the conflict right now if only they release the remaining hostages. So I think it's absolutely right that the United States, that our own country and our allies continue to put as much pressure as possible on Hamas, which is a terrible terrorist organisation, to end the misery for those families in Israel and get those hostages back home to their loved ones. With respect to Ukraine, we all want peace. We want this conflict and the killing to come to an end as quickly as possible. It needs to be a sustainable peace, one which means that Vladimir Putin doesn't come back for a second bite of the cherry, which would be so harmful for Ukraine and the defence of Europe. But what is really revealed is the weakness of European leaders. You know, European leaders have not invested in defence. Europe is militarily weak, and it's pursued a naive energy policy that's put it at the hands of Vladimir Putin for far too long. So European leaders now need to step up, invest more in their armed forces, end the farce of net zero, so we can get the continent into a better state and take greater responsibility for our own defence. That's what I want to see.
Can I ask you about this GB News revelation this morning? 1,300 migrants have crossed the English Channel illegally in just 5 days. And a story in the Daily Mail this morning that a French ship shadowed one of those migrant crossings yesterday to that middle point of the English Channel before radioing the UK Border Force, who then brought them into Dover. Stopping the boats hasn't happened, has it? And Rishi Sunak, on broadcast interviews yesterday, was saying that it was actually a mistake for the Tory government to make that a promise, saying it was too stark and too binary. And he concedes, actually, that it could never be delivered. What do you make of those comments from Rishi Sunak? Do you agree?
No, I disagree with Rishi Sunak very strongly. It's not about the slogan or the communications strategy. It was about stopping the boats. The public are rightly furious at governments now of both stripes' failure to tackle this issue. We have to stop that. It's wrong that people are breaking into our country in flagrant abuse of our immigration laws, and it can be done. This is ultimately why I chose to resign from the Cabinet in 2023, because I don't believe you should make idle promises, and I want us to secure our borders. You've got to reform our human rights laws and ensure that if somebody steps foot on our soil illegally, they're detained and they are removed within hours and days, not weeks and months. That is the only way to tackle this issue. You're seeing Labour are flailing to tackle this, completely failing. The numbers are rising because they got rid of the only deterrent that we had, the Rwanda policy, and their claim to smash the gangs is clearly a complete fantasy. We need a tougher approach, and it begins with changing our human rights laws and having a robust attitude that you're deported as soon as you arrive.
OK, Robert Jenrick, good to see you this morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You
well,
too.
Let's get more on that very issue, actually, because the political editor of The Spectator, Katie Balls, is here in the studio. Good to see you this morning. Is Robert Jenrick right when he says we need to become much more robust on this issue?
Well, I think there's a big question of if, and we've seen the reports today, France are not doing their bit in terms of playing their role in turning back boats, instead almost escorting certain boats to UK waters, and what's been accused of being a taxi service. What are the other options that the UK government has? And it does feel as though human rights laws at the moment, I think there's a big perception that they are not in the favour of those who want to control borders, and they're often used in the courts as a way to keep people in the country. That when you look at the cases, it does not feel as though there is a just reason for them to be there if they've been previous offenders. Sometimes that right to family life defence comes up, and therefore, where are you going to get to? And it's interesting hearing Robert Jenrick talking about changing human rights laws. Of course, the big one is the ECHR, and during the leadership campaign, he was talking about leaving the ECHR, but the current Tory leader, Kemi Badenoch, has not gone that far. So it's not yet Conservative Party policy to leave the ECHR.
Rule it out.
She hasn't ruled it out, but then Rishi Sunak didn't rule it out. The fudge tends to be we should reform the ECHR, but if we can't do that, you get to leaving it. Now, will the Tory position move to that? It's where reform is. It's clearly where Robert Jenrick would like it to be, but he can't quite say it at the moment. But I feel that is the course of direction at the moment.
Well, talking of things he can't say, on the Ukraine issue, when I asked him about Trump and Ukraine, I mean, his emphasis was, well, European leaders need to do more, Europe needs to come together, etc., etc., etc. What he didn't do was launch an attack on the White House, which is exactly what he did last week over the Oval Office meeting that went disastrously wrong, where he was absolutely furious with President Trump. Has he been told to rein it in a bit?
Well, you did have Kemi Badenoch this week have her chief whip, so who's in charge of party discipline, effectively tell every single Tory MP, so that includes the shadow cabinet, that they should not be airing their thoughts on social media or giving a running commentary on UK, Ukraine and America. And that was, I think, after a Tory backbencher and former minister talked about the idea that you couldn't rule out Trump as a Russian asset, which I think was seen as very unhelpful by Kemi Badenoch. But certainly, where Kemi Badenoch has been on tone has been much softer and probably warmer towards the White House than where Robert Jenrick has been. And I think there is frustration in the leader's office that there's been all these mixed messages. And you have someone like Robert Jenrick who's seen as potential, at least former rival, perhaps a future one. They want to be from the same hymn sheet. So I think that could be a factor.
We are paying the French £476 million as part of a 3-year deal to stop the boats. So £500 million, effectively. Do we need to stop paying the French, or do we need to incentivise them a different way? Because clearly the money isn't doing enough.
I think the tricky thing is if you don't pay them any money, does the situation get even worse? And that's one of the things that, successive governments have grappled with. And I think that there is a risk that Labour seems a bit naive in this idea of they thought because they'd be a bit more diplomatic or have, better relations with the EU, there'd be more help. But if you remove that, the UK government would need an alternative. And there's always been talk of we can just turn the boats around. I think at one point the Tory cabinet talked about, big waves, a wave machine to stop boats. None of these things have really, come into action, and that is why you're often reliant on a French government, and it's working out how you can get them to get on board. But clearly, if you just keep upping the money and people don't see results, there's going to be lots of public frustration.
Yes, I think, heck, can you imagine trying to install a massive wave machine? I can't imagine.
Well, it's all been thought of, hasn't it?
All right, Katie, really good to see you. Thank
Katie.
you very much indeed.
Now, are you getting on a train anytime soon? Or maybe you're on one now, en route to work, and you're listening to us on the radio. If you are, very good morning to you.
Could well be. Well, rail passengers in England will now be shown how often trains are cancelled or delayed.
Well, it's after the government pledged a new era of accountability.
Well, let's talk to our reporter, Steve Bennett, who joins us now. Morning, Steve. How's this going to work?
Good morning to you both. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Gathurst Station here in Wigan. Yes, today, for the first time, rail passengers will be shown how often trains are cancelled, delayed on screens in major stations, and they can then find that information on QR codes in smaller stations, just like this one as well. It's a new era for rail accountability. That's according to the Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander. And I said those digital screens are a step towards rebuilding trust with people using the railways. And of course, it comes at a time when train reliability is at an all-time low. 1 in 25 trains were cancelled between the period January 5th and February 1st inclusive. So a lot of stats there to throw at you, but again, this is a step from the government to rebuilding trust with rail passengers. And It comes, of course, as fares were increased this weekend for selected rail cards and regulated services. Again, those funds are set to go towards improving reliability, sustainability and passenger services on those trains. And just this, talking about this station specifically, Gathurst Station, it's the second worst station in the northwest and in fact the country for cancellations. A few more stats for you here. 1,592 services were scheduled to call at this station and 16.2% of those were cancelled between January the 5th and February the 1st. Now this is a commuter line into Manchester, Victoria. It takes about 50 minutes. So it's an important route for this local town for people to get themselves back and forth to work. The only worst performing station in the northwest was Ince and Elton in Cheshire, with 22.83% of services cancelled. But it is worth noting that they had far less scheduled services of 92 between the period of January 5th and February 1st. The major station, the biggest major station to have cancellations during that period was Ealing Broadway in West London. 7.9% of services were cancelled at that major station. So, you know, as we mentioned there, it's an era of ushering in a new era of trust for rail passengers, and hopefully this will be one step to rebuilding that with them.
Oh, well, we shall see. Steve, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Steve. It's very quiet there this morning, isn't it? Maybe it's because their trains are all delayed or cancelled.
Maybe. It's 7:20.
Should be peak time, shouldn't it?
I suppose it probably should. Oh, well, they'll all have a day off. It's
a mystery. It's a mystery.
Right, should we see what the weather's going to do?
Let's. Here's Alex.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now it's the final week to see how you could win one of two amazing prize bundles in our latest Great British giveaway. In fact, it's the last 24 hours, isn't it?
It is the last 24 hours.
Yeah, lines close tomorrow. Well, each one of those bundles has a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers and a whopping £10,000 in tax-free cash. So do hurry because lines close tomorrow.
Lines close tomorrow on your chance to be one of two big winners. as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, as lines close at 6 p.m. tomorrow. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Now, still to come for you, is it ever okay to smack your children? We're debating that next.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I developed achalasia when I was 17, but achalasia can impact people of all ages. So what I experienced when I first developed achalasia was essentially when I was eating, food was getting stuck here, so in my esophagus, and it just really wouldn't go down. So you know when you're eating a piece of bread, a big piece of bread really fast, and it kind of gets stuck and you need water. That was my first symptom. And that was happening every now and again when I was eating, but then it started happening every time I was swallowing. So that made eating incredibly difficult and painful. And I used to have to drink, well, I still do drink a lot of water whilst I'm eating, but I was really having to gulp loads of water in it. It was really painful at every gulp. And that led to quite a lot of weight loss. So a lot of people with achalasia, because of the difficulties they experience in swallowing, they lose weight because either they avoid food or they're regurgitating food as well, so they have to kind of get it out, and so it can be really unpleasant. Obviously, you experience a lot of pain, and it impacts on every part of your social life as well, and on your general life. People end up being malnourished, losing loads of weight, and that impacts on your everyday life and work life as well. And then people, unfortunately, also, you know, get very fatigued, experience anxiety and depression as well. So those are the impacts of achalasia.
What are the treatments? What can people do if they're suffering with this condition? What can they do?
So, I mean, obviously the first step is to get a diagnosis, and that's already quite difficult because there's low awareness of achalasia, even amongst the medical community. Getting a diagnosis can be complicated and can take quite a long time, and people can get misdiagnosed. In terms of treatment, so there is no cure.
GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Nana Akweer. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 26 minutes past 7 now. Leading doctors have called for a complete ban on smacking children. They say there's no evidence to suggest it's good for their well-being.
Well, medics have said that evidence shows smacking actually causes physical and emotional damage. So this morning we're asking, is it ever OK to smack children?
Let's talk to journalist and broadcaster Linda Duberly and parenting and communication expert Kalini Kent. Good to see you both this morning. Linda, what's your take?
Well, I speak as a mother of 3 children, all now grown adults, and what I believe to be the case is you need to be raising decent, kind children. And I would think that a small amount of very light smacking, only just a tap when the child is below the age of reason, teaches them the consequences of their action, and sometimes teaches them not to put themselves or other people in a dangerous position. Once the child grows older, however, I don't believe in smacking at all. I think what that teaches the child is just how to estimate how painful that punishment is, and then they learn to calibrate how bad their behaviour can be. So I speak as a mother. I'm perfectly happy to listen to doctors, but I think what mothers need to do and fathers need to do and families is trust their own intuition when it comes to their own child and their own family.
So, Linda, we've now got medics saying that there is evidence that shows smacking causes physical and emotional damage. You said you've got 3 grown-up children now. Do you feel as though there's been any impact on the 3 of them?
No, and I've asked them. They cannot even remember me slapping them. Now, if a doctor is saying there is physical harm, clearly the slap was too hard. If the doctor is saying it harms their well-being, well, that may happen because actually you're telling them they're wrong and they may need to adjust their thinking about what's right and what's wrong. That can influence their well-being, but hopefully at the end of the day, as a mother and as a parent, you are raising decent, kind children, as I hope I've done.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
Well, you're a parenting expert, Kalini. Should we be slapping children even lightly at any point in their lives?
Well, thank you very much for having me. But firstly, I would say to you that there's a couple of things to think about here. In terms of the law, there is a huge disparity between children's and adults' protection against physical harm. And the important thing is that if an adult hits another adult, it's assault. If you harm your animal, it's also against the law. So why should young people have less protection? And in terms of the behaviour, I'm also a mother of 2 children. I've got 2 grown-up children. So I have been in the same situation where you're wanting to teach them important safety issues or values or how you should actually be behaving towards others. And the most important thing here is, I think, is that behaviour is learned. It's an experiential thing. And so a lot of what we learn is what happens to us. And I think this is the perspective which doctors are coming from as well, is that we are teaching them fear-based learning. We're teaching them that it's okay to hit or hurt another person. And if you're upset or angry, that's okay. So what they're learning is, my parents, who are my loving parents who care for me, think this is okay. It's therefore okay for me to do it to other people. And I think that is a really important aspect. And in terms of the actual harm to them long term, it's been shown, there is so much research to show that physical punishment, it can lead to adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, which is a very, very important point. It actually can lead to psychological impact, emotional trauma. And also, the other important point to mention here is that it's a slippery slope. The law gives a reasonable defence of reasonable punishment. So basically, if you're allowed to smack your child if it constitutes a reasonable punishment. So it mustn't cause bodily harm to them or cause significant injury, but reasonable discipline is allowed. But the point is that how do you define reasonable punishment? Is it one smack? Is it a harder smack? At what point does it become too much?
Well, that's where you've got to employ common sense, isn't it? Linda, I can see you're desperate to have a quick word in.
Well, I think I don't want to intellectualise this argument. I'm purely practical about these things. I think the law is quite clear about what's assault and what's not assault. I would say that, I agree with the other guests that you need to be sensible about this. My initial points still stand. You need to have intuition. You need a firm hand with raising children, not the back of your hand. I would certainly agree with that. But what I don't want to do is overthink this. I think that you look at your children, they're all different. You look at yourself, we're all different. And then you try to come to a common sense decision about how to discipline them. And mark my words, it is about disciplining sometimes.
OK. We do have to leave it there, sadly. Linda, Kalini, thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you, ladies. Let us know what you think at home. gbnews.com/you'll say, is it ever right to smack a child?
Fancy Linda Doobly saying common sense.
Yeah.
As if that's allowed anymore.
Yeah.
I think common sense has been banned, hasn't it? It's probably against the law in itself. Anyway, look, we've got the sport in just a minute. Paul Coyte's here with a very special guest. Find out who in just a moment.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for emergency repairs after an accident. There are long delays towards there. On the M6 in the West Midlands, the inside lane's closed southbound at junction 9 near Birmingham, where overnight roadworks have overrun. There are queues from just after junction 10, the Walsall and Wolverhampton turn. In Northamptonshire, the A45 is partly blocked westbound by an accident at the Wilby Way roundabout at Wellingborough, with queues from Little Urchester. On the M1 in Bedfordshire, there's a lane closed southbound after an accident between junctions 11A and 11 near Dunstable, causing queues. In Kent, the A20 is closed westbound off junction 12 of the M20 near Folkestone after an accident. On the Isle of Wight, the A3055 is closed between Brook and Norton Green after an accident. And in Cornwall, the A39 is closed each way between Whitecross and Willard's Perch after an accident.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
7:35. Paul Coyte is here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Liverpool PSG. Liverpool wins.
Paris Saint-Germain, yes.
But they shouldn't have done, should they?
Well, no, not really. I mean, Liverpool, it was a tough game away at the Parc des Princes, and it was all Paris Saint-Germain, but Liverpool came through with the goal. Harvey Elliott scored in the 79th minute, completely against the run of play. They had so many... I think they had 2 shots in the whole game, Liverpool. Paris Saint-Germain had about 3,000. They were just peppering the goal, but it was down to Alisson, the goalkeeper, who was magnificent. Every goalkeeper just has a night which everything goes for them, and he said afterwards, you know, it was the greatest performance he's ever had, and nobody could have scored past him. So the second leg, although Liverpool 1-0 up, is going to be at Anfield next week. So that's in the Champions League.
Right, excellent.
Nice. Talking about European Indoor Athletics Championship begins today. I always love to talk about athletics because I think that athletes don't get the credit they deserve for the amount of work they have to put in, the money that they're paid. It's always very tricky, but I've always loved athletics.
Me too.
So anyway, we have with us silver medalist. Well, actually, you know what? I'm saying silver medalist, gold medalist. In the indoor championship, silver medalist a couple of times, indoor team GB captain, still the British record holder, the excellent Jamie Bush. Morning, Jamie.
Morning, how are you?
I'm very good. I tried to get the CV correct, but I think I know there's plenty of other stuff. I'm guessing from the CV, though, you so much liked it more indoors than you do when you're outdoors, right?
Well, you know, in Britain it's cold, right? So the indoors is always a little bit better. But I can't believe, right, I'm 51 now and I've still got the British indoor record for 400 metres, which is 28 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. There's a few. I was looking through some of the other records. Our friend Chris Akabusi still got the 400-metre hurdles. That's outdoors.
Aww.
Sebastian Coe still got the 800, but yours is the most important one, of course. What's the difference? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but the difference between indoor and outdoor, apart from the fact that the track is half the size?
Yeah, well, that's basically it. The indoor track is only a 200-metre track. So when you're running, say, the 400 metres, you've got to go round twice. So it's almost like a 4x4 relay. You know, in the outdoor track, 400 metres, everything indoors is quite tight and the bends are quite tight and they're also banked. Yeah. And that enables you to run around them faster because if they were flat, you would just fly out into the crowd. So it's slightly different. I used to love it because it was always warm. It was never raining, obviously. And yeah, it was something which I always loved to do.
And there weren't that many tracks then, were there? I remember, was it the RAF? Was it Cosford or so? Where was it they used to?
Now you're going back.
I know, I really am. I know I'm showing my age here, but there's so many more tracks now than there used to be.
Well, that's black and white television. Yeah, they've got a lot more indoor tracks now. They did have quite a few. The one in Birmingham's a very prominent track and one of the fastest in the world. That's where I broke my British record. And yeah, it's going to be interesting this weekend with the GB team. I think we've got some great athletes there. We should get a few medals, hopefully, and, you know, see how it goes.
Is it fair to say, and I mentioned there to Stephen earlier as well, I always feel, I'm a big athletics fan, but I do feel that athletes do not get the credit they deserve. I know Keely Hodgkinson won Sports Personality of the Year, and of course she won the gold medal, didn't she, in the Olympics? But it's a really tough discipline, you know, that people don't see the work that goes on during the winter, I guess.
Yeah, you know, I used to be literally physically sick about 3 times a week. You know,
me too, and I'm not even training.
Gosh.
No, I used to train on Christmas Day. You know, it's tough out there, you know.
Yeah.
The thing is, you're up against, you know, the Premier Sports like you spoke about earlier on, you're on football, and there's so many other entities out there now, you know, with social media, you know, the kids these days, a lot of people want to do lots of other things. The attention span has changed. I mean, you know, when I was competing, Linford Christie, Colin Jackson, you know, all those type of people were household names. I mean, big names, big names in sport, whereas track and field has seemed to have taken a dip now and other sports have come to the forefront. So fingers crossed we get some more Keely Hodgkinsons out there and we get some more gold medals, we'll become a premier sport again.
Well, Ellie, you mentioned Georgia Hunter-Bell, didn't you, to me earlier, the 1,500-metre runner?
Oh, yeah, she's back.
So, you know, she's going to be running, and also it's been a strange situation with her, isn't it? Because she's one of those that kind of she ran and then decided this is not for me, and now she's going to be the hot favourite.
Oh, was it Park Run that brought her back?
That's right, yeah.
I know, it's crazy. Well, like you said earlier on, it's tough out there, you know, and it's great to see her back. She is #1 in Europe right now, so fingers crossed she gets that gold medal. You can only get the gold medal after you've won the race, right? So I think she can handle the pressure. I think she'll do very well out there and bring that gold back.
What about Matt Hudson-Smith? I don't think he's going to be running, is he? But he's a 400-metre man like you. How far can this kid go? Because I think he's a terrific runner.
Well, you know, thank goodness I've retired. That's all I can say. He's a very good athlete. I mean, what I got to see last year with him at the Olympic Games, just missing out on that gold medal was such a shame. But what he's ran, and, you know, if you chat to the Roger Blacks, the Ewan Thomases, myself, this guy's next level. And it's just so good to see a powerhouse in the 400 metres. So let's see how he gets on this year.
Well, we wish everybody well. And I should also mention George as well, George Mills, who was on the show last week, who we spoke to, who's running the 3,000 metre, and he was great. But more importantly than anything else, though, for you, Jamie, being a proud Welshman, you're going to be up at Murrayfield, aren't you? So a little prediction there for Wales, Scotland.
In fact, I'm actually going up in a couple of hours' time. We got 70 blokes from Wales all going up to Scotland.
Oh, well, that's going to be messy.
I'm glad you're doing me today and not tomorrow. So, yeah, it's going to be very good fun. The performance which Wales put in against Ireland the other week was decent. So hopefully we can do something up in Scotland. It's a tough ask. We've got a new team, a young team. We've been, doing very well over the last decade, and that era's gone, but hopefully over the next couple of years we'll come back to the forefront.
Well, you may be 51, but you'd be a nippy winger. There's no problem about that. I think there's probably always a space for you. Jamie, always a pleasure. Great to speak to you.
Very much. Take care.
Thank you.
Jamie Bulsh. What a great run. He's a terrific guy.
Oh, he's nice, yeah. You always bring us nice guests.
Well, he does. He knows nice people, does Paul?
Well, yeah.
There you go. Right, now...
My kind of people.
Your kind of people.
I don't know.
Right, if you fancy a bit of winter sun, here's the forecast for the top European holiday destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
It's an unsettled story across some parts of Western Europe as we go through the next couple of days. There's the risk of some heavy, thundery rain bringing some flooding. There's a system pushing into Portugal, western Spain, and that's bringing some intense rain. Also, some heavy rain already affecting eastern parts of Spain, so further totals building up, causing more issues. More unsettled weather across parts of the Mediterranean, though further east towards Greece it's looking largely dry. Then quite a mixed bag when we head through the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
I'm Simon Evans, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
Getting into medicine at a very early age, you had an interest when you were really, really young, didn't you?
I did. I decided to go to medicine when I was 8. And that was based on the stories my father used to tell me about my grandfather, who I never met, because my grandfather died when he was 11.
Yeah.
And he was in the military, and he was stationed up in the Himalayas, and he was a doctor in the military. And not only did he serve in the military, but he also served his patients. And he served them to the degree where he would go out and he'd take them supplies, and he'd really look after them and make sure that they were not just well, but could live and survive. And it was on a day when he was out there helping his patients. There was a storm up in the Himalayas.
Wow.
And he was out there taking blankets and clothes and food up to them. And on the way back, as he was coming down the Himalayas, there was a landslide which took his Jeep over the edge, and he perished in that. So he gave his life to his service. And it was these stories about my grandfather, what he did and how he helped people, that really inspired me to follow in his footsteps. Not necessarily to go into the military, but to go into medicine.
But he's left a wonderful legacy, because fast forward, you came to this country when you was 4, and you've studied medicine.
Yep.
You do, we were talking earlier about DNA. You're looking at DNA, looking at people's DNA. You can do profiles on people, predict. Well, you can actually say with some accuracy where they've lived in the past, what jobs they've done, and what medically may happen to them in the future.
Yeah. And I think, over the last, we've been looking at the gene. There was a Human Genome Project last century which finished.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Patrick Christie's. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's 7:46. We're going through the papers with Alex Armstrong and Scarlett Maguire. Morning, you two.
Morning.
Scarlett, should we start with this two-tier justice fiasco?
So this is a very complicated story, and it's about.
It is actually, yeah.
It is.
It's quite complicated.
God, you agree?
Yeah, no, seriously, yeah.
It's a moment of harmony.
Agree, and we're going to throw it.
We're going to disagree about it.
At each other. Yes, we'll disagree about lots of things. So. The Sentencing Council, which is an independent body, has said that in pre-sentencing we need to think about ethnic minorities and women and treat them differently. Now, obviously, people have gone mad about this being two-tier justice, right? And Robert Jenrick, as you know, the Conservative, says that this is absolutely terrible. But actually, and the Shabana Mahmood, who's the Justice Secretary, have called them in and said, this is not what we want. What are you doing?
She's got a representative on the...
And so Robert Jenrick says she's got a representative on it. And Shabana says, yeah, but this started under the Tories. This was all you. What we're now trying to change it back. So that's why it's complicated. I think in the end it won't happen. I think she'll stop it.
It's already started.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. It has started. She has slammed the council for this. She did have a representative, so, I mean, I think she's backtracking a little bit. If
it was a civil servant who'd probably been
it's
on it.
It's always a civil servant, isn't it, Scarlett? It's always a civil servant.
But the civil servant probably was on it before the election and after the election.
Quite possible. And do you know what? I don't put it past the Tories for wanting to create this kind of policy anyway, because they did loads of stuff like that while they're in government, so I hold them just as much in contempt over it. The reality is that it shows the British people there's something happening behind the scenes, and all these stories that come out, they go, what? How did that even get that far when we're talking about racial discrimination against white males, not even straight males, white males in general? It's ridiculous when you read those guidelines. How did anyone in the civil service or government not see that and go, right, well, we better stop that, because I think it isn't even compatible with equality laws. So I don't know how that's even happened. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And I can understand why people are outraged by it, and they're right to be outraged, because these sorts of things happen behind the scenes all the time in government, and thanks to the press are reporting on it, so we can say, actually, please don't do stuff like this, because it's massively insulting, and we can't create a two-tier justice system. People already think there is, and this just confirms it, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that actually somebody's trying to do something about it.
Well, I'm glad they are, but I think it's only because of the pressure the press have now put on it, and you know, people like Robert have highlighted it correctly, even though the Tories had started.
Well, but I mean, she said as an ethnic minority person, she finds it really, really disgraceful.
Yeah, it is disgraceful.
Yeah. Alex, NHS staff need a break, says Prince William.
Yes, so he has been visiting a hospital in Berkshire. And of course, you know, we remember COVID and how much our doctors and nurses went through the stress of them. If you go to the Daily Mirror, there's actually multiple papers have reported on this today. You see some of those images. And he's been out talking with nurses and doctors, and he said that we need to give them a break. We need to think about our doctors and nurses more. And that's
it's how lovely and how kind.
Except, and what's he going to do about it?
Except, if we give them all a break, who's going to treat the patients?
Well, I think that's the thing. I mean, it's a very nice thing to say, and of course, his family have gone through a lot of stuff recently, and I know that they won't be using the NHS for those things potentially. They have their own sort of private doctors.
They certainly will.
But you know, I think you know the sentiment is there. Perhaps he's sending a small nudge to the government, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, meanwhile, before we run out of time, Scarlett, if we do get an appointment to see a doctor, they're more likely to be a woman.
Very
What's
good.
the world's
I know. What's wrong?
Before you know it, they'll be flying planes as well.
Driving cars.
Who would have thought
When I was at school, right, there was. I mean, there were people trying to get into medical school, and the women just didn't get in because why would we have a woman when she's going to get married and have children? And actually, the two people I knew, one ended up being a GP, and the other joined the Merchant Navy.
Oh.
I mean, he dropped out of medical school, and it's really good that it's changed, but actually, it's very tough training to be a doctor. I mean, a young friend of mine said, "How do you do it without money behind you? Because it takes so long."
I wouldn't want it to be easy, frankly.
Yeah, that's true. But
do we care?
I'm talking about money as well.
It's nice to mark the fact that there is basically equality in this now. I mean, there's a couple of hundred difference between women and men.
Yeah, it's a couple of hundred more, yeah.
Do we care? I don't care who I see, as long as they can treat me.
Well, it's proof of the advancement of women, isn't it?
Yeah.
That women couldn't have done this, 40, 50 years ago.
I mean, you're right. I've had great male doctors. I've had lousy women, and the opposite. I mean, it's. I don't think your gender makes you a better or worse doctor.
No.
And I'm completely with Ellie. I just think it shows that we're as good as men.
You know what? I do find that actually that female nurses are more compassionate.
Do you?
And more attentive when you're in hospital. I genuinely do. I remember seeing male nurses come in, and they're just much more rough and ready. Yep, don't worry.
Well, and they have loud voices. That's the other thing. Everything is calm.
I'm not saying I don't want to sound disparaging about male nurses because they are brilliant.
It's personal experience, because when I've had male nurses, I've often found them particularly
there you go.
thoughtful and gentle and
There you go. So I didn't want to cause any offence to male nurses, by the way. I'm just saying my personal experience is that women are more compassionate, but there we go.
Yeah, no, it swings around about. As long as we get treated in the right way.
And treated well.
Treated well, absolutely. That's what matters.
What could we have a look at next? World Book Day, Scarlett.
Yes, what it says...
It's World Book Day, but we're not reading
books.
books.
It's World Book Day, but 40% of Britons haven't read one in a year. I mean, you're talking to an obsessive reader. I read every night.
Do you? How do you get yourself away from the screen? Do you literally have to put the phone away and then make yourself read pages?
I read before I go to sleep. I mean, I couldn't go to sleep without reading a book.
So you just always have a book on your nightstand?
I always have a book on my nightstand, and sometimes on a Saturday morning when I'm having a slow morning, I'll finish a book. And it's just great, actually. I think they take you into, as they say, they take you into another world. It's fantastic. I think lots and lots of people have audio books. And I'm one of these people who very, very Catholic taste, so I go from anything from sort of serious literature to murder mysteries.
Oh, you like? I was just looking through lefty books here and thought, would you be reading Cuba, Socialism and Democracy, or Che Guevara, The Symbol of Struggle?
No, but you'll be pleased to know that my very left-wing son gave me 100 Years' War on the Palestinians, and when I said I think it was a brilliant book and I've given it to a friend of mine, and he went, "Oh, I haven't quite finished it."
Oh, so you beat him to it. Right, thank you, but we're out of time.
Thanks
both. See you later.
Let's get a check on the weather with Alex Burkle.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere, though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then, there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland, it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. The M65 in Lancashire is blocked eastbound by an accident between junctions 11 and 12 near Burnley, causing queues. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for repairs after an accident. Diversions are often back on via the split roads with queues back beyond junction 29. The Chesterfield and Mansfield turn on the M1 in Bedfordshire, the outside lanes closed southbound where there's an accident between junctions 11A and 11 near Dunstable, causing long delays. In Hampshire, the A323 is closed each way along Norris Hill Road in Fleet after an accident. In Kent, the A20 is closed westbound off junction 12 of the M20 near Folkestone after an accident. On the Isle of Wight, the A3055 Military Road is closed each way between Brook and Norton Green after an accident. And in Cornwall, the A39 is closed each way between Whitecross and Winard's Perch after an accident. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of two big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have two prize bundles that have to be won. There's two lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The US president ups the pressure on the world stage.
After a history-making State of the Union speech, Donald Trump stops all intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
Before striking fear in Gaza as he warns it's all over for Hamas.
It comes as the Prime Minister prepares to meet Ireland's Taoiseach.
Yes, the Prime Minister here in the northwest talking to our nearest neighbour Ireland about that relationship, but of course all about defence and the fact that it looks like we're going to have to spend an awful lot more for European security.
Also today, a clash with French authorities after they refuse to rescue migrants in their waters and demand Britain steps in.
Accusations of two-tier justice shock the public. Judges are asked to consider a criminal's ethnicity and faith before sentencing. Earlier, we spoke to the Shadow Justice Secretary, Robert Jenrick.
This is anti-Christian bias, and it's a bias against straight white men. It's completely outrageous and ludicrous, and it needs to stop. And frankly, the Justice Secretary should have known about this before, if indeed she didn't.
A grim net zero future. We exclusively reveal the average household could face nearly a £1,000 rise in bills by 2030.
Labour has claimed that net zero is going to reduce our bills by about £300, but we have an exclusive new report showing that that is not the case and that it will in fact increase our bills by £900. That's 75%. Watch here for more.
The right to grief. Parents who experience miscarriages will soon be entitled to paid leave. We're going to speak to the woman behind the campaign.
The world's most famous dog show is back. Crufts begins in Birmingham today, and we meet one very special entrant.
And in the sport this morning, Liverpool stage a smash and grab in Paris, with Alisson doing all of the grabbing as they beat PSG 1-0 in the Champions League. Britain are to bid for the first World Cup to be held here in 69 years. And the game of football that goes through the streets and the fields and the rivers and everywhere you can imagine, that anybody can join in and has goals 3 miles apart. It's quite a game.
It's going to be even warmer than it was yesterday, with temperatures up a couple of degrees and plenty of sunshine on offer before some showery rain arrives later. I'll have the details coming up.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is GB News Breakfast. It's British Pie Week.
Hurrah!
Hurrah! And we've been trying pies all week. And there's more.
Have you?
Oh, yeah. We're on day 4 now. I think I'm going to resemble a pie by the end of this week.
Well, I hate to say it, Dan.
As long as there's no sugar in the pie, you're going to be OK.
Exactly, yes. I can do this on Lent, actually, because there's no sugar in it. So I have a chicken and leek pie, I believe, in front of me. And you, sir...
I believe have a steak and ale pie.
OK.
I love a pie.
So what's the point? You're just going to eat... I mean, I haven't got a pie, because I'm vegetarian and also on Slimming World at the moment. So.
Really?
I don't think it's very Slimming World friendly, to be honest.
No.
I did request a cheese pie for you, if that's the thing.
Well, that's also not very Slimming World, is it, to be fair?
So
I hate to say it, but I've definitely put on the pounds.
So don't say that.
True.
I don't like
it.
it.
True.
I don't like it when you speak down about yourself.
Our director just said, yeah, I can tell. This girdle is getting increasingly tight.
All right.
The thing is, I've got to tell you a secret, and the thing is, I think these went in the microwave.
Yeah, I think they did too. I'm not sure about how I feel about this one.
It's just like, it's a bit of a...
So it's just eating pies. They look very crunchy. I do like a pie, to be fair. I like the
Sorry, I've got to zooming in. I have to do it with my pinky up.
I like the Linda McCartney fake steak pie.
Oh, I went.
They're really nice.
I went to the launch of Linda McCartney's hamburgers at Hard Rock Cafe back years ago. And Paul McCartney was there. Ringo was there. George was there. And I stood very nearby them. I didn't have the nerve to speak to them. But then there was a camera filming people eating the burger. And I didn't know what to do, so I did one of those...
Oh, yeah. Did it get used anyway?
Yeah, I did that. No, I didn't use it. I probably thought overacting. But yeah.
I didn't love that, I'm not going to lie.
No?
I don't think the microwave did it justice. I'm sure
You're
it's
not meant to microwave pies, are you?
And it started to get caught on the top, and I think there was going to be a fire.
Mine's absolutely fine.
Is yours nice? Lovely.
Remember Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet?
Oh, yeah.
He used to get people out of the audience back in the day, and then they would try the food, and he would sit there and go, So that's I'm the new Galloping Gourmet.
Love me there.
Wow.
Well, I don't know what
Just put you off the pie now, isn't it? I'm sorry about that.
Want to eat a pie in the morning.
Anyway, happy British Pie Week. Let us know your favourite pie, I suppose.
Very odd.
It's all very odd, I know.
We do some strange things on this channel, but that is possibly the oddest.
I make a very good pie, you know.
Do you?
Yeah, and it might be something world friendly. It's a phyllo pastry
Oh, I like
with
phyllo.
chicken and... Oh, sorry, chicken.
Chicken, yeah, I mean, it gives it away. It's not hard.
Well, we lost at the first hurdle there, but yeah, chicken and leek.
Cheese and onion or a corny sort of corn mince.
I feel like I'm trapped in a TV pie hole right now, and I don't really know what to go into.
No,
I'm just going to sit and eat my pie. And
welcome to the programme. We're going to eat pies. It seems very odd to me.
Anyway.
I'm sure you're loving it at home. Right, should we move on?
I think we probably should, yeah.
Yes, to a GB News exclusive, because according to researchers, the drive to net zero will see the average British household facing a £900 rise in energy bills by 2030.
Yes, this is a major report that's been conducted by Professor Gordon Hughes, who's a former energy advisor to the World Bank, and it paints a grim picture of our energy future.
Well, let's talk to our science editor, Lucy Johnston, who joins us now. I mean... In essence, Lucy, if we are going to advance in this way, is it unrealistic to think it's going to cost us more money?
Well, Labour is insisting that this drive to net zero will decrease our bills, and they're sticking by that. But this model, this sophisticated report that's been drawn up, is looking at today's prices, the cost of renewables. So we've got to build more wind and solar farms. We also pay very generous subsidies for those farms, for the wind and solar, and it's taking into account the cost of what's called constraint payments. So we're actually paying wind farms to switch off. When the wind blows too hard, it will blow the network. So we're paying about £180,000, I think, an hour for wind farms to switch off when the wind blows too much. And we're also paying for expensive workarounds when the wind is not blowing and when the sun doesn't shine. So we have to pay for gas-fired stations to switch on. So he's worked on this and done a very sophisticated model. And what he said, it's not only likely to put our bills up, and that's £900 in today's money. It's also likely to push the price of costs of goods and services up in the high street, because everyone's going to be paying these higher bills, and that's bills for electricity. So he says that it'll probably end up costing us about £1,800 more a year. You're paying for your hairdresser, your coffee, everything's going to be pushed up. So it's a very worrying study. It's a very worrying report, but Labour's completely refuted it and still insists that it's net zero. Clean, green energy is the way to go.
Lucy Johnston, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's cross live now to Westminster and talk to the Government and Industry Minister, Sarah Jones. Good to speak to you this morning, Sarah. I'm not sure if you're just listening across to our reporter there. It's a GB News exclusive this morning. Yeah, it's pretty grim, isn't it? These findings suggesting that the drive to net zero will see the average British household facing a £900 rise in energy bills within the next 5 years. We were promised that energy bills were going to be cut by £300 by the Labour government. What happened to that promise?
We stand by that promise. We don't agree with these findings at all. The starting point is, of course, every single one of us is still paying the price of Putin invading Ukraine and the impact that had on the global oil and gas prices, over which we have no control. So we have to get away from that system where we are at the whim of what might or might not happen with the likes of Putin. We know, especially this week, how important that is. So we have to invest in homegrown energy, and that's what we're doing. And this brings jobs, it brings opportunity, it brings energy security, and it cuts our bills. So we stand by the commitment that we made in our manifesto for £300 to go down up to £300 off our bills by the end of this Parliament. But look, we recognise that people need help now because bills are so high, which is why we've massively increased our warm homes discount. So 6 million families will get that £150 discount, which I think will help a lot of people in the immediate winter and the bills that we know people are going to face.
Well, why then has Professor Hughes, former energy advisor to the World Bank, got it so wrong? I mean, the old argument is you trust the experts more than the politicians.
That is the old argument. And look, we are working with lots of experts in designing a system that is going to work. The principle and the problem is a real one in terms of we have our wind and our solar in some parts of the country, and we need to get that to other parts of the country. We need to invest in storage for our energy, in transport systems for our energy, that grid network that's so important, and that is what we are doing. And for the first time, as a government, we are putting in place a national plan so we know where we need to put the grid network, where we need the storage, where we need gas, which there will still be a need for, of course, how all these systems can work together. We've had tens of billions of pounds of private sector investment into clean energy since this government came to power. We know we can deliver jobs. We know these are good jobs, they're well-paid jobs, and that's got to be a good thing for everybody. But energy security has to come first. That's the big priority for us.
Can I ask you about this new guidance from the Sentencing Council suggesting that judges should consider whether a criminal is from an ethnic, cultural or faith minority before sentencing? Concerns that this is a demonstration of two-tier justice in the system.
Yeah, so we reject any kind of two-tier justice. We don't agree with the Sentencing Council, and the Justice Secretary has written to the Sentencing Council, which is an independent body, to ask them to look again at this. I think it's really important, and all your viewers would agree, that we need a justice system which is fair, which treats everyone equally, and which doesn't have any kind of two-tier system. So this is important. We know there are wider problems in the justice system. It takes a long time to get justice for a lot of people. Our courts are creaking, our prisons are overcrowded. There is a lot of work to be done in this space, but we have to make sure the public trust the system, and they're not going to trust the system if they see any kind of two-tier or some kind of system where not everyone is treated the same.
OK, can I ask you about there's a very important summit today. The Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, is meeting the Prime Minister today. There's lots of things on the agenda, but ensuring peace, prosperity and security in Europe and around the world, we're told, is at the heart of this. This is a very tough time for Europe, isn't it? Stepping up to the plate, trying to work with Trump. I mean, are you comfortable with how things are going in terms of what we're hearing out of the White House and the Oval Office at the minute?
So you're absolutely right, it's tough times, and I think the role that Keir Starmer is playing as the honest broker with our EU allies, with our US allies who are so important, working with Ukraine, supporting President Zelensky, making sure we get a peace through strength. So the summit today is important. It's important for the economy. We're announcing investment that will deliver 2,500 jobs, which is good news for the UK. We're also announcing further work together on clean energy that we were just talking about. But look, security, of course, will be front and centre, and the Taoiseach is meeting Trump next week. We are all working towards giving Ukraine the support they need and making sure we secure a peace through strength. That means that we need the Americans to back up any kind of peace deal, and we need the EU to be pulling its weight as well.
OK. Sarah Jones, thank you for your time this morning. Good to see you.
Heck, there's a lot to get through and all that. So much going on at the moment. Let's get the take of our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, who joins us now. And I know you're going to be covering this UK-Ireland summit today, Catherine. I mean, it obviously, as our closest neighbour, we need to be working very closely with Ireland, don't we? Even if only as a key bridge to what's going on in the EU, especially when it comes to security.
Yes, indeed. They are the only country that we share a land border with. And, you know, we have a very close relationship with Ireland. But despite all the talk that there will be about working more closely together and trade and investment, make no mistake, the focus of this, as with everything at the moment, is what Donald Trump is going to do about Ukraine and about European security more broadly. I was very struck with what the Minister, Sarah Jones, just said, or rather didn't say, Stephen, when you asked her if she was comfortable with the noises coming out of the White House. She very, very clearly did not answer that directly. She did not want to go there. The government strategy seems to be entirely really keep calm and carry on. The Prime Minister yesterday told the Commons, of course, they are, talking about the US, a reliable ally. But the problem is, people say judge Donald Trump not by what he says, but what he does. Last week, the US voted with Russia, Belarus and North Korea on a UN resolution which wanted to call out Russia as the aggressor. They did not do that. They had that spectacular blow-up with Zelensky in the Oval Office. Now they have cut military aid, and as of yesterday, they have stopped sharing intelligence. So incredibly alarming for Ukraine and for Europe. Now, President Macron, who along with our own Prime Minister, has seemed to really lead the way in trying to galvanize some sort of unified European response and dealing with Trump, addressed the nation last night. He referred to Russia as a menace. So after this meeting today with the Irish Taoiseach Michael Martin, there'll be the European Council meeting to work out what to do. Germany rearming. The Prime Minister, of course, will not be at that because we're not in the EU, but he is constantly on the phone. The situation is moving very, very fast, but we know we're going to have to spend a lot more on defence already. It looks like potentially we could have to spend a lot more. That will have very serious implications for all the other things that we might no longer be able to afford.
OK, Catherine Forster there for us. Thank you very much.
It is 17 minutes past 8. Let's have a look at some of the other key stories this morning.
A Chinese PhD student has been found guilty of drugging and raping 10 women in Britain and China. Police are now appealing for more potential victims of serial rapist Jen Hao Zhao to come forward. Metropolitan Police Commander says he fears that more than 50 more potential victims may have been targeted.
Zhou was clearly a dangerous, prolific and predatory individual who preyed on his victim survivors in the most cowardly and despicable manner. In addition to the charges that you've seen brought during this trial, we also have evidence that he may have potentially attacked as many as 50 other women in the same awful nature. And that's why we're launching this appeal now, in the hope that as many of those victim survivors as possible will come forward and give us the opportunity to give them the support that they deserve and ultimately bring him to the further justice that he deserves for what he has done.
From today, rail passengers in England will be shown how often our trains are being cancelled or delayed. That's after the government pledged a new era of accountability.
There are now officially more female doctors in the UK than male ones for the first time on record. It's an industry that was largely dominated by men until the turn of the century, when a trend towards more women training as doctors began.
Now, apparently, it's all very, very bad when we look at watching television and things, that TV presenters are very bad at waving their arms about. We do it far too much, apparently. What do you think about that?
I definitely talk with my hands, and it's probably quite annoying.
But I don't think you do it as much as you... There was a letter in the Mail to which a lot of people have responded. Beryl Gould wrote in. Anyway, all these people have written and said it's terrible. All that Lorraine Kelly's going to poke someone's eye out.
She does a lot of this, doesn't she?
Denise Welsh on Loose Women is the worst of all, says Name and Address Supplied. For delivery without animation, I like to think back to the likes of Michael Burke, says J.M. Horrell of Ashford in Kent. Who's this one? John says, presenters all seem to be trained to do hand-chopping movements and flap their arms like demented sea lions.
Oh, somebody else has said that a certain news channel, which shall remain nameless, have exaggerated mouth movements as well.
Yes, they do.
Do they?
I used to work there, and it's written into the contract.
Well, there you go. Well, let us know.
Terrible.
Do you really hate the hand gestures on news channels? Are we guilty of it? I don't
think we're too bad, to be fair.
Sometimes when I ask questions, I do this.
Yeah. But then don't we like it? Because what was...
Oh, there you go, you go.
What was his...
You do lots of this.
I do lots of that.
Yeah.
But what's his face with the swingometer? Peter Snow, back in the day. That was all very army and movementy.
Oh, right, yes.
That's a technical
Kinetic. Kinetic is the word.
Anyway, let us know what you think. It's just a bit of fun, isn't it, this morning?
Let us know.
Apparently politicians are bad as well, and Tony Blair
does
was
it.
the worst.
Keir Starmer, when he's holding a microphone, does this. If this is the microphone, he'd do a lot of that, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Uses that. You can see him do that.
But look at Trump. Trump is all with the hands. And it's all that sort of thing, isn't it? But people like that on Trump.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anyway,
let us know what you think.
gbnews.com/your say.
Very interesting. Anyway, let's have a look at the weather, shall we, with Alex Burkle.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Now, it's the final week to see how you could win one of two amazing prizes in the latest Great British giveaway. In fact, you've got 24 hours.
Really 24, not much more than 24 hours. If you want to get your hands on an iPhone 16, 500 quid in shopping vouchers and £10,000 in tax-free cash. Two lucky winners. Lines closed tomorrow.
Lines close tomorrow on your chance to be one of two big winners. As we have two prize bundles that have to be won. There's two lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, as lines close at 6 p.m. tomorrow. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yes, good luck. Do stay with us. Still to come, we're going to sit down with an incredible woman who has fought for paid leave after a miscarriage. Keely Langthorne is going to share her story next.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Now, Egypt has discovered, well, I think it was a British and Egyptian team actually, finding the historic discovery, the long-lost tomb of King Thutmose II, the last of the lost tombs of the kings of ancient Egypt's 18th dynasty.
Yes, and it's the first royal Egyptian tomb to be discovered since King Tutankhamun's final resting place was found in 1922.
A very exciting discovery, and here to tell us all about it is the historian and author Martin Whittock. Martin, the first royal tomb since Tutankhamun.
Indeed, and identified as King Thutmose II. Other pronunciations are also available. And as you say, it's the last of the lost tombs of Egypt's 18th dynasty. They ruled between about 1550 BC and 1292 BC. It had been known before this tomb since 2022 as Tomb C4, as its occupant was then unknown. But what's happened now is parts of alabaster vessels have been found which have inscriptions bearing the name of Pharaoh Thutmose II and identifying him as the deceased king, along, interestingly, with the name of his wife, Hatshepsut. Now, she's an interesting woman because after he died, she ruled as pharaoh in her own right, one of only 2 women to do so in ancient Egyptian history. Now, the mummy of King Thutmose II was actually discovered during the 19th century at a nearby archaeological site known as Deir el-Bahari Kashet, and it's thought it was moved there after it had been looted by tomb raiders centuries ago. So the tomb is not going to give us the kind of treasures that we associate with Tutankhamun, I'm afraid, but it shows us the architecture of these royal tombs.
GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back to Breakfast. It's 8:28. Now, parents across the country who have suffered a miscarriage will now be granted the right to bereavement leave. It's hard to believe that wasn't part of the law before. Well, it's now part of Labour's reforms on workers' rights.
Well, the change will benefit those who lose a pregnancy before 24 weeks.
Well, it's a victory for Keely Langthorne. She's the woman who's led the campaign for the law to be changed. And finally, it has. And Keely is with us now. She's the founder of George's Law and a partner, she's a lawyer as well, at RWK Goodman. And she herself has suffered 3 miscarriages. Keely joins us now. And Keely, it is so good to see you. Victory at last.
Victory at last. We've come a long way, Ellie.
Yeah. And we've spoken over the years so many times, haven't we? You've been campaigning for years for this under George's Law.
Yeah.
And it happened on George's birthday this week.
It did so, yeah. It all started back in 22, shortly after I lost George. Obviously met you shortly after, started the campaign, and yeah, Monday evening we'll go down in history, George's 3rd birthday, and being told that, yeah, it's going to finally be law.
So what will happen now? How much leave will women be able to have?
So now it will, Stephen, mirror that if you lose a baby after 24 weeks. So, over 24 weeks, you get 2 weeks paid leave. So the same will now apply if you lose a baby under 24 weeks, so from 0 to 24.
It is unbelievable that the way that the law stood was that you could potentially have lost a baby at, let's say, 8 p.m. and you would be expected to be in the office at 9 a.m. the next morning.
Yeah, and if you think I had a 12-hour labour with George, I bathed him, I left him at the mortuary, but the law says that I should be, as a lawyer, back in work time recording the next day. So it's so archaic. It's like something out The Handmaid's Tale. It's I can't believe it's not law until now. But it looks like this is the closest we've got, and we've got victory. And it will help 250,000 families per year.
It's very odd, isn't it? Because, I mean, miscarriage is something which is obviously very common and yet not really talked about a great deal.
No,
Is that why this has slipped under the radar?
I don't know if there is a massive stigma still attached to it. Like, I know when I lost George, people say, oh, my God, you're really publicly speaking about it. It's like, yeah, I think we need to. I think there needs to have been the conversations that needs to be had. It happens to 1 in 5 of us. So you're always going to know someone, if it's not in your work environment, if it's in real life, you're always going to know someone, unfortunately, who's lost a baby. And I think despite the fact that this is coming into play, I think there is still a training need. So I think there is still a need to do training and for people to understand what to say to someone when they've lost a baby. Like, for instance, I still remember the comments that were made that were inappropriate to me when I lost George. So I've developed a national training programme where you can go and, we've briefed, where you can go and train and learn about what to say to someone when you get that WhatsApp message.
What sort of inappropriate stuff? Is it stuff we can share?
So things like, oh, well, at least IVF worked first time. Or at least you can have another baby.
Really?
Really inappropriate things. You'd be really surprised.
Wow.
I can't believe... And is that coming from men or women?
Both.
You've become the face of this campaign, and you've campaigned for years. How have you found the strength to do that after losing George? What's this journey been like for you?
When I left George, I promised him that this wouldn't be for nothing and that I would create a legacy for him. And it's actually written on his plaque in the crematorium that his tiny footprints would make a big legacy. And I think I had to do that, so I channeled my grief into the campaign and to make sure that no one suffers in silence and that George gives people a voice, because I can't have had all this misery for nothing. And he needs to have had a voice, which he has done. So, yeah, he will have helped 250,000 families a year, both men and women, so it will count for both parents.
Oh, wow.
That's really important, because men are often forgotten in miscarriage and also in infant death as well. Cot deaths and things, men are often not thought of.
Absolutely. I think because a woman goes through the physical chain of labour, men are often forgotten. But I think it's really, really important that men are not forgotten in this, that men have a voice. We talk about men's mental health all the time, and again, this comes to the forefront of that.
Take us to Monday then, because you had a very, very special day planned for George's birthday with your husband.
Yeah, so we went by the water, which is where I feel closest to George, and then came home and got the message that this has happened and we've got a victory. So there's been lots of tears. It's been a very emotional week, to say the least. But the fact that it came on George's birthday, the announcement, is something that I'm still coming to terms with, actually. It's very overwhelming.
Good tears.
Good tears, amazing tears, and it's a massive sign from George just to say, Mum, you did it.
How do you feel now? You've achieved it, you've got victory. Can you relax now? Can you step back, or is there more that you want to achieve?
No, I think I'm already thinking about the next campaign now. I'm thinking, what's next? Yeah, what's next?
Can you let us know what it is, or are you still thinking?
No, I'm still thinking about it, but it will be something powerful.
Wow. Well, all power to your elbow. However, I still think you should sit back and have a couple of years off. Enough to do with the day job.
Yeah, I do have enough to do with my day job,
I don't know how you find the strength to do it, to be perfectly
You're incredible.
Thank you
You're
so
such a warrior, and George would be so proud of you.
Thank you, as I am of him.
Yeah, exactly. And you've done it all for him.
Yeah, I have.
And you've done it now.
It's done. Yeah, victory is here. So I don't think I'll feel completely satisfied until I've got that bill in my hand.
Yeah.
And you will.
Time will come. Time will come. Keely, really good to see you.
Thank you.
As
very
always.
much indeed.
Thanks, Keely. Do stay with us. Still to come, Paul Coit will be here with all your sports. That's next.
The latest GB News travel. Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. On the M74 in Glasgow, there's a lane closed northbound at junction 1A at Polmaddy after an accident with queues from junction 2A at Cambuslang. The M65 in Lancashire is partly blocked eastbound by an accident between junctions 11 and 12 near Burnley, causing long delays. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for repairs after an accident with queues back beyond junction 29. The Chesterfield and Mansfield turn on the M6 in Warwickshire, 2 lanes are closed northbound after an accident between junctions 3 and 4 from Coventry to the M42, causing queues. The M2 in Kent is partly blocked westbound by an accident just off junction 5 at Sittingbourne, with delays in both directions. Also in Kent, the A20 is closed westbound off junction 12 of the M20 near Folkestone after an accident. And in Cornwall, the A39 is closed each way between Whitecross and Winard's Perch after an accident.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie's here with an exclusive opportunity just for you, our incredible GB News viewers. We're giving you the opportunity to win a VIP studio tour right here at GB News HQ. Plus, you'll also get to meet yours truly. It's easy to enter, just head to gbnews.com/community competition and follow the easy steps. Don't miss out, enter now, and I'll see you soon at GB News. Full T's and C's apply.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Welcome back. What are you looking for?
Sorry, I'd lost my phone. I lost my phone.
That's all right, you got it.
Found it now. I just had a minute, like a slight...
You had a heart
You got a call to make then? Or...
No, but it's just like, you know, it's like I haven't got your phone.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's like you lost your arm.
Terrible. Well,
Anyway.
not quite as dramatic as that, but... Yeah.
Wow.
Paul Coyte's here. Morning.
Do I gesticulate a lot with? Do I gesticulate a lot
yes.
with my... Do I do a lot of this?
Oh, you do,
Yes.
yeah.
OK,
You
I'm
think
going to sit like this.
You're going to take off.
But then I think it's boring if you just sit
I
there
get
like
very
this.
excited, that's all it is. Liverpool beat Paris Saint-Germain last night, 1-0. Talk about against the run of play, though. My goodness. You always know that when a team is up against the cosh, when you've got a goalkeeper who comes out man of the match, and Alisson, who was terrific yesterday for Liverpool, and he said he played the best game of his life and needed to. So look at this, and I don't usually go through stats, but in this case, we can make an exception. Shots in the game. Paris Saint-Germain, 27 to Liverpool's 2. On target, PSG 10, Liverpool 1, which was the only goal of the game. Successful final third passes, 220 to Paris Saint-Germain and Liverpool 43. So sometimes stats tell a story, and in that case they do, and Liverpool were very lucky to get away with it with a win.
Yeah, weren't they just?
But back to Anfield next. So that's going to probably be slightly different with the crowd behind them, all in the Champions League to go into the final 8.
Yeah, but PSG will be desperate to prove
They will.
themselves.
They absolutely will, and they'll really be up for it as well. So I think it'll be a terrific tie. Europa League tonight, AZ Alkmaar against Tottenham Hotspur, Real Sociedad.
Now, what's going to happen with Spurs tonight?
You never know, do you,
Oh,
really?
right.
You never really know.
That's not positive.
I know, you
It's
don't know.
not been good
But it's
recently.
the away leg. I think players are coming back, and there's Dejan Kulusevski who is out, which is a worry. But it's a player that probably needs a rest anyway. So I'm confident, but I don't want to jinx it.
Be quietly confident. Yeah.
Quietly confident. Yes.
Good.
Real Sociedad against Manchester United. Fenerbahce, which is Jose Mourinho's Fenerbahce from Turkey, will be playing Rangers, and that's tonight.
Right.
Nice.
Now, the World
like?
Cup. I want the FIFA World Cup, but it's the FIFA Women's World Cup.
Well, yeah, it could actually be the Men's World Cup as well.
Oh, right, OK.
So, but the thing is, I've seen this so many times. Britain are going to bid for the World Cup. This is the Women's World Cup in 2035. But we've seen so many bids over the years. I mean, it's 1966, of course, was the last time that we hosted a World Cup. But this time it's going to be UK-wide.
Is it really?
Yeah, and you'd think it's that.
Well, maybe we won it then.
It's the home of football. So it works out. It's going to be, what, 69 years? If they even get it then, since the last time it was hosted here. Germany have had it so many times, but everywhere's had it. America are going to have it again. So they've had it twice in the space of time that we've had it. So anyway, they're saying they're going for the Women's World Cup. Keir Starmer has said that football is and always will be at the core of the country's identity. So I don't know whether that's like...
What's that mean?
I don't know. But anyway...
I don't care what the Prime Minister says about football. You need David Beckham on it again.
It's because he's an Arsenal fan, isn't it? I know. I feel the same way. USA are the favourites. South Africa, possible, will go against Britain, but it's so far away. And then hopefully then we could get the Men's World Cup in the future, but then it's probably going to be 100 years since the last time, and we'll all be dead. But on that note, everything's
very
happy.
cheerful.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Thanks.
Do you want to have a look at the crazy... Oh, no, there's one other thing I should show you. Now, this is Paulo Fonseca.
Oh, yes.
Paulo Fonseca. Now, this is the manager of Lyon. And they played Brest at the weekend, and there was a penalty disputed, and the manager, Paulo Fonseca, have a look at how he disputed the penalty. Now, here he is. He's been given a red card. Look, that's the referee. Now, look at the referee.
Right in his face.
Did not move, did he?
No, he's
look
like
at the referee. He is standing still. I love that. Just staring him right down. There's the red card.
That's the way to handle him.
Look at that.
Oh, that is very, very aggressive.
It's not bad, is it? And because you're right, it's aggressive. So anyway, it was his 52nd birthday. This is the manager, Paulo Fonseca, yesterday, and he was banned, touchline ban. How long would you give him for that?
I don't know.
3 months.
It's a good guess. 9-month touchline ban.
Wow.
The French Football Association say we'll have none of that. And obviously, you always get it, goes down to grassroots. Kids see it as well, think that's OK. It's not OK to behave that way.
Good point.
Had the book thrown at him, so his touchline ban is going to be 9 months.
Well,
serves him right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's right, actually. You need to enforce rules.
Absolutely.
Strictly.
Yeah.
I'm getting more and more that way the older I get. Bang, no messing.
Red card.
Good on him.
Like that.
Yeah.
Come on.
Anyway, it's a red card for you because we're out of time.
Oh, well, that's very nice.
Thanks, Coity.
We'll see you tomorrow.
9 months.
No,
Okay.
you don't get a touchline ban.
Okay.
No, you'll be back
We'll
tomorrow
see you
morning.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Do stay with us. Still to come, we'll be going through the papers. But first, if you're in search of some winter sun, here's the forecast on the top European holiday destinations.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
It's an unsettled story across some parts of Western Europe as we go through the next couple of days. There's the risk of some heavy, thundery rain bringing some flooding. There's a system pushing into Portugal, western Spain, and that's bringing some intense rain. Also, some heavy rain already affecting eastern parts of Spain, so further totals building up, causing more issues. More unsettled weather across parts of the Mediterranean, though further east towards Greece it's looking largely dry. Then quite a mixed bag when we head through the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
I know. So, Chef Theo Michaels joins us in the studio to talk about this. We know we've got a problem with food waste in this country, Theo, but this idea that there's a younger generation who are just reading the back of a packet and going, well, that must have gone off then, throwing it in the bin. Why do they do that when maybe we wouldn't?
Do you know what? I think we live in an increasingly sanitised, bubble-wrapped world, right, where we've become detached from our food, we've become detached from using a bit of common sense. And so I think there's a generation that are doing exactly this. They're looking at a best before date to start with, which actually is meaningless. Best before date is me turning around to you two going, the fish should be at its prime on Tuesday, right? Yeah. But that's not the use by date. The use by date could be a week later. You know, we say the sniff test. That's what we should be doing. So I've had it before. I had a great experience once. I walked into a supermarket and I saw an Italian guy I know, and he was jumping around with so much excitement as he was collecting handfuls of Parmesan cheese that they said, oh, it was going out of date. And he was laughing, so he was going, we aged this stuff for years. Yes. It doesn't go out of date. Yeah. So he was buying it by the truckload. And I think the key thing is there is this sort of sniff test that people talk about, but it's absolutely right. It's ingrained in us. It's instinctive that if we smell something that's off, it's like giving someone a dose of salts.
I'm also wondering, with these dates on these packaging, did it actually do a favour to the supermarkets because it meant that you're throwing them away and buying less?
100%.
Buying more.
The use-by dates only came out in the 70s, right? And that was done by one particular supermarket. And for me, I can't help be cynical about it, Bev. Who
was it?
It was Marks and Spencer's.
Was it?
Marks and Spencer's in the 70s.
They all followed suit.
And yeah.
They all followed suit.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Now I'm furious with our director this morning because I said this is not breaking news, and so he's gone all out.
He's gone all
breaking
out.
News everywhere. Because guess what, ladies and gents, the lineup for Glastonbury 2025 has been released.
It's great.
Who cares?
It's
frankly?
great.
Who cares?
I really like it.
I couldn't give a monkeys.
Right, I'll tell you.
An Arctic monkeys.
Well, they're not playing, are they?
I've no idea.
I don't think they are. But US pop star Olivia Rodrigo.
Who?
She's very good. British band, the 1975.
Who?
Are going to headline.
And Neil Young, who many of us will remember from decades and decades.
Is he there?
Who is 80 and he's playing.
Right.
And
good for him.
Well, yeah, but that's something, because apparently Charlie XCX is playing. Who?
Well, she just won 5 Brit Awards.
She did win the Brits,
yes.
absolutely.
Well,
so
I don't care about that either.
Stephen, she is a real amazing person.
This is a very brat boy summer.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
And a brat boy summer.
This is growing out my pocket.
It looks like a bouquet.
Alanis Morissette, who I have heard of, Fatboy Slim and the Scissor Sisters.
And Rod Stewart.
Rod Stewart, yeah.
And the Prodigy.
You will have heard of Rod Stewart.
I'm not.
The Prodigy you would have heard of.
The Prodigy you would have heard of.
Fatboy Slim, Snow Patrol.
Snow Patrol.
Snow Patrol.
That was a cartoon.
Snow Patrol did the song for Grey's Anatomy. It's brilliant.
I've never seen
The Libertines.
Anyway,
Maccabees.
as you can
I
see,
think it's a great lineup.
Alex Armstrong and Scarlett Maguire are here for this latest on the breaking news this morning. You couldn't give two hoots, could you, Scarlett?
I will not be going to Glastonbury, but my son probably will be for the sort of 15th time in a row.
Or something.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm a bit past it. I'm 34 now. It's not my cup of tea.
I can't imagine you in a field.
No.
Not with those brogues.
No, it's not really my thing, is it?
No.
VIP section,
But
maybe.
I went to the first Glastonbury.
Did you?
Yeah, when it was called the Bath Jazz and Blues Festival, which is how I got there, because my parents, nobody realised quite what it would be like. Yeah, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, right.
You know, Santana, Pink Floyd, all those great,
you can keep all this.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you think it's a good lineup, Alex?
I think it's a really good lineup, actually. There's something for everybody here. That's the thing I like.
I've never heard of him.
Yes, I have.
Talking about.
I know who Olivia Rodrigo is. I know the Prodigy, Rod Stewart. I don't really listen to Neil Young.
Here we go. Because you could enjoy the delightful tunes of Ver Farkature.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Denzel Curry.
No.
They are
tempest. Japanese breakfast.
I know, come on, it's something for everybody. You don't just have the big bands, you have the smaller bands, you have people
the
on the
script on there.
Oh, the script, I like them.
the script's on there. I mean, there's Ray, there's quite a lot. I think there's something for everybody.
Is a little town.
No, I've changed my mind, because Green Tea Peng are playing. Well, that's changed it. Green Tea Peng, I wouldn't be without them.
We'll get you a couple of tickets, because I'm sure Glastonbury will be sending them to you for free for all the great...
I wouldn't go for all the tea in China.
Not even to glamp there.
Not even to be a backup dancer for Rod Stewart or something.
I'm not a fan of Rod Stewart.
Are you not?
No.
God.
So the breaking news is that Anoni and the Johnsons are playing on Friday at the Glastonbury Festival. I'm going to throttle our director after this, just so you know. Doichi. Who's Doichi? They've got their name in big lead. Oh, Dochi, apparently they're called. Are they famous?
Anyway, let us know what you think about that one. GBnews.com/, you'll say. Will you be going to Glastonbury this year? Do you like the sound of the lineup?
Of course you don't.
Well, yeah. Your kids might.
Anyway, let's talk about stuff that matters in the papers. Scarlet, Greenland.
Right.
This is in The Guardian this morning, because obviously that's going to be Donald Trump's latest purchase.
I know, because what Donald Trump said is that he would acquire Greenland, and he made a massive speech to Congress the night before last, and he said he would acquire Greenland one way or another, and everybody thought that was very funny. But actually, the people in Greenland are really, really cross, and they think it's very, very disrespectful. Greenland...
I thought they were all in favour of it.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of them that are really supportive of it. I think they love it. I think they really want to become the 51st state.
No,
Scarlet, You're against the will of the people.
I think that they found some people who want to do it because they think they will earn an awful lot of money.
Well, I think they'll be a lot richer being in America than they would in... Is it Denmark?
It is Denmark, but actually it's an independent...
Maybe they should have a referendum on it. Let's let the people decide. Of course
they should have a referendum. But for Trump to say, I'm going to have it one way or another...
Typical Trump, isn't it? Typical Trump.
Quite difficult.
I mean, I think it would be really silly to I mean, I think it would be a ridiculous suggestion to think he's going to invade Greenland. I really, really think that would be a
I heard he wasn't going to put tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
No, I believe
that this was a ridiculous thing.
No, I did believe he'd do that.
And guess what? He's done it. And if we talk about countries that are really angry, the Canadians are furious.
Oh, yeah.
They're hopping mad.
So in Ontario, where it's run by a Conservative premier, the liquor stores, which are all state-owned, have taken all the American liquor out of it.
So
they're boycotting the states. They are. I mean, I think what he forgets is just how patriotic.
Yeah, they are.
Good for them. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's their country. If Trump put tariffs on the UK, I would feel the same way. And I think if you're going to put another country ahead of yours just for the sake of political points scoring,
he also refuses to call Trudeau the Premier, he calls him the governor. Because he wants to make it the 51st state. Yeah. And our King has pointed out that he's the King of Canada.
That's correct.
He's not going to have some upstart American.
Well, there you go.
It's typical Trump fashion, isn't it?
Alex, we have a sunburn warning.
Well,
I've only had 2 days of sun.
Well, this is quite exactly.
And it's still freezing,
right? But do you know what? I got to bathe in the sun a little bit the other day, and I was so.
Are you one of these? It's already got the towel out.
I was sat in my garden. I was like, wow, this is really nice. The first bit feels like the end of a very, very long winter. And of course, the health nuts are out saying you're going to get sunburn. You better stay indoors and cover up and put factor 50 on.
Oh,
I mean,
go away.
People just won't go away, will they? It's going to be 15 degrees.
No, but what's much more important is we should be out in the sun because we lack vitamin D during the winter. Yeah. And many people, I never quite get round to it, should be taking supplements of vitamin D. Actually, the minute you should be outside getting the sun because sun is really good for you. And the eminent scientist Steve Jones has written a whole book about why we need more sunshine.
Yeah, well, these health chiefs are just so boring, and they just make everything a nanny state nonsense, don't they? It's just like, let people have a little bit of sunshine. We don't get a lot of it in this country. Let them enjoy it. And if they have a little bit of a sunburn, they'll learn the lesson, hopefully. But, you know, no one's going to get a sunburn at this time of year.
No, you're not going to get sunburnt in this if you laid out in it all day. Right, you two, it's been fun. Thank you for taking us through the important breaking news in the last 10 minutes. We'll see you very soon.
See you at Glastonbury.
Let's have a look at the weather.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. The M65 in Lancashire is partly blocked eastbound by an accident between junctions 11 and 12 near Burnley, causing queues. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for emergency repairs. Diversions are off and back on by the slip roads with queues starting just after the Tib Shelf services. On the M6 in Warwickshire, 2 lanes are closed northbound after an accident between junctions 3 and 4 from Coventry to the M42, causing queues. The M2 in Kent is blocked westbound by an accident just after junction 5 at Sittingbourne, causing queues in both directions, and also in Kent the A20 is closed westbound off junction 12 of the M20 near Folkestone after an accident, and in Cornwall the A39 is closed in both directions between the Halfway House Inn at White Cross and Winard's Perch after an accident causing delays. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website gbnews.com.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The US president ups the pressure on the world stage.
After a history-making State of the Union speech, Donald Trump stops all intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
Before striking fear in Gaza as the president warns it's over for Hamas.
As the Prime Minister prepares to meet with Ireland's Taoiseach to discuss all things defence.
Yes, the Prime Minister with the Irish leader here in the northwest, but all the talk about what Donald Trump may or may not do next and what that means for European security.
A clash with French authorities after they refuse to rescue migrants in their waters and demands Britain steps in.
Accusations of two-tier justice shock the public, with judges being asked to consider a criminal's ethnicity and faith before sentencing. Earlier, we spoke to the Shadow Justice Secretary, Robert Jenrick.
This is anti-Christian bias, and it's a bias against straight white men. It's completely outrageous and ludicrous, and it needs to stop. And frankly, the Justice Secretary should have known about this before, if indeed she didn't.
A grim net zero future. We exclusively reveal that the average household could face nearly £1,000 rise in their bills by 2030. Earlier we spoke to the Minister for Industry, Sarah Jones.
We don't agree with these findings at all. The starting point is, of course, every single one of us is still paying the price of Putin invading Ukraine and the impact that had on the global oil and gas prices, over which we have no control.
Is our trust in trains about to go off the rails? Well, from today, the public can see how often our trains are delayed or cancelled.
And those screens in stations are a step towards rebuilding trust with passengers using the railways. That's according to Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander.
Famous dog show is back. Crufts kicks off in Birmingham today, and we're going to meet a very special entrant.
It's going to be even warmer than it was yesterday, with temperatures up a couple of degrees and plenty of sunshine on offer before some showery rain arrives later. I'll have the details coming up.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Oh dear, we are. Can't help but laugh at some of the comments being sent in. And I tell you what, and it always happens, and actually she knows it happens, when we have Scarlett Maguire on, who actually doesn't agree with the government on most things, but he's obviously, you know, a left-leaning commentator. A lot of people get in touch and have a whinge about her. Do you know what? It's important to hear the other side.
Yeah.
It's important. You can't just listen to people you agree with. You've got to hear the other side. And actually, Scarlett, whether you agree with her politics or not, she's a really nice person. There are loads of people I know who I don't agree with them on about anything much.
But they can be a lovely person.
But I get on with them as people.
Yeah.
We don't have to all. Do you know, it's one thing in the House of Commons. If you ever go to the House of Commons and get to spend time with MPs when they're sort of off duty, Is it?
And David Lammy were there, and Pretty went up to David Lammy, big cuddle, and everyone was like, what?
Yeah,
but they do get along.
Yeah, because when they're not at work and having to oppose each other, they get on. So, you know, don't get so tribal about it all, because life's too short for that.
Yeah, it is.
frankly.
Loads of you getting in touch this morning on Ukraine. Daniel's had a bright idea, saying apparently Ukraine has the second biggest gas reserves in Europe. So why doesn't Britain ask for gas in return for all of the money that we are spending on defence for Ukraine? We should maybe follow America's lead.
Well, it gets a bit complicated, but I think a lot of the money that we've given, whether it is on a loan basis, a lot of the money that Europe's given is on a loan basis anyway. I don't know if that's. I mean, how do you do it all? When this all ends, where's Ukraine going to get the money from to rebuild? Never mind, then start paying people back. It all gets very complicated. I don't know how it works.
There's millions, potentially even billions, of frozen Russian assets, aren't there? Lots of them in Belgium. So whether that would be the way forward, and you somehow get hold of that and use that towards Ukraine.
That's
an option.
Been argued, hasn't it?
And we've also been debating smacking kids this morning. Is it right to ever smack a child? Michael says absolute rubbish. Look at modern society. More of this namby-pamby attitudes, and the worse young society gets. They have a total lack of respect.
Do you know what? We didn't have time to sort of mention it in the debate. But what the Collini, who was arguing against any sort of smacking, she made some very good points about, you know, damaging children and abuse and all that sort of thing. But it's the limit, isn't it? There's a difference between beating a child and a parent who gives a child a quick slap if they're going to put the hand into the fire or something. You know, there's a huge difference between the two. You can't just lump it all in one. But no one would advocate beating a child because you're annoyed with them. It's about a short, sharp shock when it's appropriate, because, you know, to protect them as much as anything else.
Let us know what you think on that one. gbnews.com/your say. It's certainly dividing you this morning.
Right. Donald Trump has taken another high-stakes gamble. He's decided to cut off intelligence sharing with Ukraine.
Well, the intel has been crucial in holding back Russia, but now the US will only share it after nailing down negotiations.
Meanwhile, they've already paused military aid, and that's left Ukraine's most powerful missiles unusable.
Well, Trump has also turned his attention to Gaza, demanding Hamas hands over Israeli hostages, or, he says, they are dead. A threat following rare White House talks with a terror group.
Well, a little earlier, we caught up with the US journalist Scotty Nell Hughes.
I think every world leader this morning woke up and was singing and dancing to "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" by Tears for Fears, because that's exactly how it feels like right now as we continue to watch all of our world leaders kind of struggle for power and try to influence each other. But you're right, Donald Trump got up this morning. He's obviously very frustrated by what's going on in the Middle East and the fact that we still have not seen hostages released, something that he said had to happen from day one, or there would be severe consequences to Hamas if they did not release all of the hostages. And yet we're still seeing this slow trickle out. And I think that's starting to get very, very frustrating to Donald Trump. But I can guarantee as soon as he gets peace in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, all of his energies, foreign policy energy, is going to be turned on what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, sticking with the States, and the Defence Secretary John Healey is in Washington today for talks with his counterpart, Pete Hegseth.
Well, meanwhile, here in Britain, the Prime Minister will be meeting the Irish Taoiseach Micheál Martin as part of the first UK-Ireland summit.
Well, let's get the latest from our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. What's going to be the crux of this meeting, Catherine? Is it about Europe-wide security?
Yes, good morning from the Northwest. Yes, this meeting, this summit between the UK and Ireland, it's about security, both in terms of defence and also energy security. They're looking at increased cooperation and investment in sort of joint wind farms in the North Sea. But by and large, it's all about defence because, of course, what Donald Trump does or says is changing minute by the minute with very serious consequences for the world. We know fundamentally that Donald Trump doesn't want the US involved in foreign wars. He wants them over as quickly as possible, and it seems he's prepared to go to some quite extreme lengths to get the results that he wants. So in terms of the latest developments, they cut off aid to Ukraine, the United States, a couple of days ago. Yesterday, they also crucially stopped sharing intelligence with Ukraine. Now, that's already having very serious consequences. It means, for example, that the Storm Shadow missiles that we agonized so long about whether to send or not are basically unusable without this intelligence. It's absolutely critical. So that's what our Defense Secretary John Healey will be focusing on in Washington today with his defense counterpart there, Pete Hegseth. An incredibly difficult situation, and Europe meeting this afternoon at the European Council of EU leaders. Of course, our Prime Minister will not be there, but they are looking at ramping up defence spending, and very fast. They're calling it Rearm EU. Germany has had a huge about term in terms of suddenly waking up and saying they're going to spend vast sums of money on defence. And Emmanuel Macron last night addressed the nation, calling Russia a menace and taking a slightly different tone towards Donald Trump to what the PM has been saying. The PM has been continuing to insist that the US is a reliable ally, but last night Macron said, "I want to believe that the US will stay by our side, but we have to be ready if they don't." Now, if the US ultimately does not support Ukraine, does not support Europe in terms of defence, that is going to be massively more expensive. We've already given Ukraine a lot of money, some in loans that we'll get back, some in grants that we won't. But we've already got this increase in defence spending coming out of the foreign aid budget. Likely we're going to have to spend much more than that on defence. That potentially is going to come with tax rises and more austerity.
OK. Catherine, for now, thanks very much indeed.
Now, are you getting a train anytime soon? Or maybe you're on one right now and you're listening to us on the radio. If so, good morning.
Yeah, you're late.
You could be late.
If you're on your way to work, it's 11 minutes past 9.
They could have a late start, or they could be on a delayed train.
Leaves on the line. Yeah, I know that feeling. Well,
Sibling
anyway,
issues.
If you're a rail passenger in England, you've got an excuse, because you're now going to be told how often trains are cancelled or, crucially for you right now, delayed.
Well, it's all part of a government pledge. It's a new era of accountability. Let's speak to GB News reporter Steve Bennett, who's got more on this. Morning to you, Steve.
Good morning to you both. Yes, it is a new era of accountability, and from today, passengers for the first time will be able to see exactly how many of their trains are delayed, cancelled and why, and it will happen on big screens, digital screens in some of the major stations, and in smaller stations like this one, there'll be QR codes available online so passengers can find out that information. And as we mentioned, it's a new era of rail accountability. That's according to the Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander, and she hopes that it will rebuild confidence and trust for people using the railways. Now, earlier on, I caught up with some local commuters to get their thoughts. Here's what they had to say.
Passengers feel that they're left in the dark a bit. Turn up, trains don't turn up, you don't know what's going on. So anything that keeps you informed helps.
And how frustrating is it when you turn up and there are no trains and they've been cancelled?
Yeah, very frustrating. Particularly when you've got a long journey or a meeting or something like that. So yeah, it can be very frustrating.
Because you're just stuck there waiting. You can't really claim the money back off them. You're just stuck there. So your only option is just take a taxi or just wait till the next one is, and that could be about 2-3 hours.
From today, they've announced that when trains are delayed or cancelled, you'll be able to see on big screens or scan a QR code to find out exactly what trains have been affected. How helpful that be?
Oh, I already use the Northern Rail app, so I already know when something is cancelled or not, or if there's a delay, even if I'm 20 minutes out. So it's kind of reinforcing something they already had.
Do you think this will be a step towards rebuilding trust with people like yourself using the railway so you can rely on it a bit more?
Well, I'm forced to. It's the only way to actually get to Wigan. Any other way is too expensive. So it's kind of lesser two evils and cheaper as well. Less time as well.
Now, this all comes as train reliability is at an all-time low. 1 in 25 services were cancelled. That's between January the 5th and February the 1st. And of course, on Sunday, it was announced that rail fares were increasing for rail cards and regulated fares, with the pledge that that money will go back into improving the service. Now, this is Gathurst Station in Wigan, and it's actually the second worst in the country for cancellations. Allow me to put some stats your way. 1,592 services scheduled at this station between January the 5th and February the 1st, and 16.21% of those were cancelled. The only one that was worse in the northwest was Ince and Elton in Cheshire, where they had 22.83% cancellations, but it is worth noting that they only had 92 services running. The biggest major station which falls short of the expected service is Ealing Broadway in West London, with a 7.9% rate of cancellation. So work to be done, but hopefully this will allow the opportunity now for passengers to have a bit more information exactly what's going on with their trains.
OK, Steve, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much.
I think it's going to be good, actually.
I think it's going to be good.
In that you're better off knowing what's going on than just stood there wondering.
Yeah, it's true. Also, it looks like a lovely day where Steve is. Nice and sunny.
Oh, it does. It does.
Can I read this for you, please?
Go on, which one do you want?
Well, this has just cracked me up. This is from...
This is a kindness of some of you. You've got really good souls.
You're cracking me up this morning. So this is from Dennis on Twitter, who says, Stephen at GB News, bin the beard. You look like a leprechaun today.
Oh, that's kind.
In your green suit.
Ian Oliver said, sorry, Stephen, but you now look like the son of Fu Manchu. Shave it off. Oh, you're so kind. Thanks.
It's good Joey's got thick skin. For what it's worth, you know I love it. You know how I feel about your beard, and I never want it to leave. And actually, I'd say the ladies love it.
Well, it is going at some point, but not just yet.
You're being stopped in the street, aren't you, by women saying...
Women. Streams
you look
of
incredible.
Them. Absolutely. Strings and streams and queues of women. It's constant. And I don't know how I'm going to cope.
The women love the facial hair.
I mean, they're...
So anyway, I think it should stay. But anyway, keep your views coming in, please. gbnews.com/you'll say.
Right, so final couple of days, actually.
No, final 24 hours.
Yeah, well, yes. See if you could win one of our 2 amazing prize bundles in our latest giveaway.
Yes, well, each one has a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers for a shop of your choice, and a whopping £10,000 in tax-free cash. But you will have to hurry because there's only 24 hours left.
Lines close tomorrow on your chance to be one of 2 big winners. As we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, as lines close at 6 p.m. tomorrow. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Best of luck. Still to come for you, Jack Carson is at Crufts. We don't know what category he's been entered into, but we'll find out in a couple of minutes.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Britain's Newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
I ended up being hospitalised, and I was diagnosed with it within the first few days of being in hospital. I was in hospital for 2 months, and I came out about 13 months ago, something like that. And I realised that there are people that aren't as lucky as me that don't have that platform to be able to talk about it, bring it out in the public, and deal with the stigma, because there is still a stigma.
A lot of people don't really know what bipolar is. So in you, Heston, how did it manifest itself?
It's funny because before the diagnosis, I mean, everything, many things, from thinking the TV was talking to me to hallucinating stuff. The downside is suicidal thoughts, which seemed normal at the time. The upside is the thing, there's grandiosity, somewhere between Superman and Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Save the world, love everybody, everything is fantastic. And then it comes crashing down. It's a bit like a toddler, you know, an overexcited child. And when a kid gets overexcited, and then something happens, and then they start crying.
Wow. So massive highs, big lows.
Yeah, but I thought everything was normal. It's only now that I've come out the other side, so to speak, that I look back and can see some of the character traits. I mean, my patience levels were almost non-existent before. I'm a lot more patient. I'm talking much slower. I was talking very quickly.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Nana Acquia. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Everybody put your paws up.
Is that a song?
Well, it was kind of a twist on JLS. Yeah, put your hands up. Anyway, yes, Crufts is officially underway.
What's going on? The world's gone mad. 18,000 dogs. They're expected to compete for the much-coveted Best in Show.
Oh, look, they're arriving at Crufts now. Look at that. Jack Carson's there for us. Morning, Jack.
Oh, Jack Carson's not ready yet.
No, he's probably too distracted by all the lovely dogs.
He's still being groomed.
Oh, is he?
He's still being groomed and getting his harness on.
Oh, look how cute they are.
There you go. All those dogs. I mean,
some of these dogs are so big, it's like your dog.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I'm not very good with dogs. I don't really know breeds
or anything. love dogs.
But they all look nice.
Look at those golden retrievers.
Is that what they are?
That's my favourite kind of dog, yes.
It's all, I mean, it's nice. I mean, you've got to be... There's criticism of Crufts and things at times, but I think so long as the dogs are happy and enjoy competing, that's fine. We think Jack's been prepared. He's had his final primp.
He's been groomed. Got his harness on.
Oh, there you go. I'll give you a prize, Jack.
Yeah, thank you very much. At least someone will. We are surrounded by dogs here at Crufts. It's absolutely fantastic, the atmosphere and also the barks you can probably hear in the background. But I want to introduce you to someone who is taking part today. This is Liana. You've come all the way from Latvia. Why come to Crufts?
Well, this is my first time with the dog in the Crufts, and we are coming here because my dog in Latvia is the only one in his breed. And here we have competitors, and here it's just fun to be here. So.
And introduce us to who we've got here.
So this is Sky Terrier. His name is Cash, and actually he's born here in UK, and then I brought him to Latvia.
And am I right in thinking Sky Terrier is one of the vulnerable breeds?
Yes, they are, and that's why we are trying to introduce them in new countries so that people are interested in this beautiful breed.
And how do you prepare for something like Crufts? It's the world's biggest dog show. Is there pressure? How do you prepare?
Yes, currently I feel the pressure because our ring starts quite soon, but we prepared for quite a while in our country, attending different shows, but the main thing was here driving 2,100 kilometers non-stop to Calais then crossing the sea, and then yesterday we arrived here.
So a lot of effort. What are you hoping to go home with? What would be a good Crufts for you?
You always hope for the best, but let's see how it goes, because we have very strong competition and quite many good competitors in our class.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Leander, for joining us. It's a little insight into Crufts, and if you join us a little bit later on, we're going to be speaking to Crufts' youngest competitor. Stay with us later today.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Got that to look forward to. Potentially with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, who are here with us at 9:30. Morning, you two.
I cupped a Cruft once, years ago.
That is my idea of hell, being in that room. I'm scared of dogs, as you all know.
I will never forget the smell.
Oh, was it bad?
The smell of dogs?
Dogs.
Well, it's funny, that.
They do cock their legs a lot.
Well, of course they do. You're full of the joys of spring, Andrew Pearce. What's in your show that you're not going to moan about?
We're going to be comparing Trump's achievements since coming to power in 6 weeks compared with Sir Keir Starmer having been there for 8 months. We're going to start with that, but we've got really good show, and this two-tier justice that you've been talking about as well. Softer sentences for minorities. Why? How is that justifiable?
OK, you two, we shall see you later on. Keep smiling, Andrew. Keep smiling. He's in a foul mood today.
No, I'm not. I smile every time I see your beard, Steve.
We're back at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Here's the weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. The M65 in Lancashire is partly blocked eastbound by an accident between junctions 11 and 12 near Burnley, causing queues. The M1 in South Yorkshire, there are 2 lanes closed northbound for repairs between junctions 34 and 35 towards Rotherham, slow towards there. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for repairs after an accident and oil spill. Versions are often back on by the slip roads with queues from just after the Tib Shelf services. On the M6 in Warwickshire, 2 lanes are closed northbound after an accident between junctions 3 and 4 from Coventry to the M42, taking nearly half an hour in the queues. In Pembrokeshire, the A40 is blocked each way by an accident at Haverfordwest, causing queues. In Gloucestershire, the A38 is blocked by an accident between Claypits and Cambridge, with queues each way towards there. In Devon, the A30 is closed at Pottery after an accident, and in Cornwall, the A39 is closed each way between Whitecross and Winnards Perch after an accident.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more.
Whether it's breaking royal news,
Will, please bring us up to date.
or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Morning, Thursday, the 6th of March, live across the UK. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner.
So how do you feel about softer sentences for minorities? Judges are being told to consider the background of ethnic, cultural or faith minorities before passing a sentence. Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick had this to say.
This is an inversion of the rule of law. We on this side of the House believe in equality under the law.
He's right, isn't he? Now, Trump gets tough. The US president stops all intelligence sharing with Ukraine. The Labour leader, the Prime Minister rather, Sir Keir Starmer, insists he's still a reliable ally.
And EU leaders, including President Volodymyr Zelensky, will meet in Brussels today to discuss European security.
Net zero nightmare. The average household could face a nearly £1,000 rise in their energy bills by 2030. It's all to do with net zero.
And is it ever justified to smack your child? Leading scientists want a complete ban on smacking in England, calling it a Victorian-era punishment.
More women doctors for the first time ever. There are more female GPs than male in Britain. Have you noticed? And do you ever get to see one?
And almost 1 million people in England speak little to no English. We'll be debating whether everybody in Britain should be forced to speak English.
So this softer sentencing has come out from an organisation called the Sentencing Council. Ministers cannot, apparently, they say, overturn it. So, from April, magistrates will be told, oh, you've got to think about their ethnicity or their faith and their minority status before sentencing. What an outrage.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? We're trying to work out the logic. I think the logic being that maybe if you've been a minority, you have had a tougher life, perhaps. But then, if you look at all of the statistics, poor white boys do worse in this country than any other demographic, educationally and in terms of prospects and chances of ending up in crime, etc. So let's dig into that a little bit this morning. We're talking to a lawyer about it, aren't we? Yeah. A lot more this morning as well. gbnews.com/your say to let us know your thoughts. First, though, here's the latest news with Katie Bowen.
Beb, Andrew, thank you and good morning. It's 33 minutes past 9. These are your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom.
President Trump's administration has confirmed that they have suspended intelligence sharing with Ukraine as France steps in to offer intelligence. The White House said yesterday that it is reconsidering its pause in funding for Ukraine, and talks between the United States and President Zelensky's country over a minerals deal are ongoing. Well, also overnight, President Trump said his administration had been holding secret talks with Hamas in Qatar to secure the release of hostages in Gaza. It marks a major shift in US policy, which has long avoided direct engagement with the terrorist group. Well, those developments come as the Defence Secretary John Healey is in Washington today for talks with his US counterpart Pete Hegseth. That meeting comes as the Prime Minister will also meet the Irish Taoiseach as part of the first annual summit between the two nations. Minister for Industry Sarah Jones spoke to GB News earlier on.
I think the role that Keir Starmer is playing as the honest broker with our EU allies, with our US allies who are so important, working with Ukraine, supporting President Zelensky, making sure we get a peace through strength. So the summit today is important. It's important for the economy. We're announcing investment that will deliver 2,500 jobs, which is good news for the UK. We're also announcing further work together on clean energy that we were just talking about. But look, security, of course, will be front and centre, and the Taoiseach is meeting Trump next week. We are all working towards giving Ukraine the support they need and making sure we secure a peace through strength.
Elsewhere, Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick has branded new sentencing guidelines as completely outrageous and ludicrous, as the Justice Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, calls for a U-turn on planned changes that would make an offender's background a bigger factor in sentencing. Ms Mahmood said she's written to the Sentencing Council urging them to scrap the new guidance after the Conservatives accused Labour of creating two-tier justice. The changes, due in April, would place more emphasis on pre-sentence reports, particularly for offenders from ethnic or faith minorities, young adults, abuse survivors and pregnant women. The Sentencing Council says its reforms aim to ensure consistency and avoid bias in the justice system. Robert Jenrick told GB News earlier on that the government needs to intervene.
It's completely outrageous and ludicrous, and it needs to stop. And frankly, the Justice Secretary should have known about this before, if indeed she didn't. She has a personal representative on the very Sentencing Council that issued these guidance. I've read the minutes. There was no objection raised whatsoever. The government have got to intervene and stop this, because I don't want a two-tier justice system.
And the 1975, Neil Young and Olivia Rodrigo. Those are the Glastonbury Festival headliners announced this morning. In June, the festival's Friday show will see the British band The 1975 perform, as Canadian singer-songwriter Neil Young leads Saturday's lineup, and US singer Rodrigo takes the final Sunday slot. Sir Rod Stewart was already confirmed for the coveted Legends slot on the Sunday. After the festival this year, Glastonbury is taking a fallow year in 2026 to allow the farmland to recover. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now let's go back to Bev and Andrew.
So we're just going to take a little moment this morning, I think, to reflect on the achievements of Donald Trump in the last 6 weeks, because he did this speech in Congress sort of 36 hours ago now. And it was powerful. It was punchy. The energy in the room. I mean, you know, the Republican politicians were all whooping and cheering. We don't do that so much here, do we? But Keir Starmer's been in office for 8 months now. And it doesn't often feel like there is much need for whooping and cheering. So we're just having a little look at what Keir Starmer's achieved since coming to power, 5th of July, of course. Cancelled the Rwanda asylum plan.
And just to update you, this year alone, 3,300 migrants have crossed the Channel. Now, the Rwanda asylum plan may not have stopped them, but I still think it might have been a deterrent.
Yeah, and of course, compare that to Trump, who has put military on the southern border in America and has actually managed to reduce their illegal migration by more than 90% in 6 weeks. The message went out, we will not tolerate you coming to our border, you're going to be gone. That's it, you will not be let in. And guess what? It's worked.
Defence spending... The commitment in the manifesto was to raise defence spending to 2.5% of GDP. He's finally said he will do that last week by cutting international aid. We agree with that, but we're still not quite sure when this will impact.
And you see, I don't agree with that because I'm not sure the public appetite at the moment is for spending more money on arms and munitions when so many domestic issues are hitting people hard in the supermarket trolley in terms of our utility bills, etc. Of course, the farmers is a big story that we've talked about here a lot. Inheritance tax on farmers, which we have them on every week, don't we, saying that they think more than, well, the government's estimate was more than 500 farms would go out of business. The farmers will tell you, and the National Farmers Union will tell you, it is going to be much, much higher than that. In the meantime, we've sent £500 million to foreign farmers to help them.
They're in South America, they're in Africa, and Asia. Unbelievable. Now, Trump has also, in that speech, reminded people he's already ended diversity spending across the nation.
That's right, straight away. It's one of the first executive orders, I think, that he signed, was to end diversity, equity and inclusion policies in any government organisation. People literally got an email to say, you've just lost your job.
And we're still spending at least £50 million a year on diversity training in the NHS. Have you been to a hospital lately? Do you think we need to spend any money on diversity in the NHS? It's the most diverse employer in Europe.
Trump has withdrawn America from the Paris climate agreements, of course. Very controversial. Ran on the ticket of drill, baby drill. We are going in the completely opposite direction.
Well, and don't forget, the Environment Secretary, Ed Miliband, has put an order to cement over the 2 fracking sites in the north of England.
Yeah.
Which could have been a valuable source of energy.
Yeah. Trump left the World Health Organization, caused controversy across the world, but obviously, you know, that they would argue that they are the biggest donor to the World Health Organization. I think behind him, I think, is Bill Gates. Behind America has been Bill Gates. And they say, we don't believe that you are fit for purpose anymore. We don't know where the money's going. We don't believe in it. We think there might be corruption.
Now, and today we're talking to you about minorities are going to be... minority states of prisoners, people in court, is going to be considered by the courts. I have to remind you that the government, one of the first decisions, they're letting prisoners out early. Does that make you feel good?
Yeah.
Not me.
One of the other things that Trump said as he was celebrating his first 6 weeks in office in Congress a couple of days ago, he said, we have 2 genders in this country. There are men and there are women, and they are taking that country in a very clear, small c, conservative direction. Completely opposite, it feels, to what we're doing here.
And we're giving away the Chagos Islands, remember? We're giving them to Mauritius, which is 2,000 kilometres, I don't know how that is in miles, from the Chagos Islands, and it will cost you, the taxpayer, about £9 billion to do that. What a complete waste of money.
Let's give Keir Starmer some credit, because if you are a low-paid worker, the minimum wage will increase from April. I think it was by 6.7%, that was it, from £11.44 up to £12.21. So some people will definitely, at the end of April, May, will feel a little bit better off.
They will, but if you're a small business, you'll say, I can't afford to pay the extra money.
Well, this is true.
Because it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. I think what we can conclude, I mean, I can certainly think, I think Trump hit the ground running. I think he's kept his promises, interestingly. I think the things that he said he was going to do for his electorate, he has done. Do you feel that you're getting the same sort of response from Sir Keir Starmer?
In the week that Keir Starmer's poll ratings are slightly increasing, they're improving, and I think that's on the back of his statesman-like role, apparently, over Ukraine. Now, the big story today that we're talking about is softer sentencing. There's an organisation called the Sentencing Council, set up by the last Tory government, of course, is saying to magistrates, you must look at somebody's ethnicity, religion, minority status when sentencing, because they think disproportionately people from those backgrounds are getting longer prison sentences. What an outrage. The people, in my view, who are most affected by deprivation and discrimination in this country are white working-class boys.
Robert Jenrick said this today.
These new sentencing guidelines issued by the Sentencing Council that we uncovered show that you are less likely to have a custodial sentence because one of these pre-sentencing reports would be commissioned for you if you're a woman, if you are trans, if you're neurodiverse, if you're an ethnic minority, if you're from a minority faith group, which presumably means anyone who isn't Christian. This is anti-Christian bias, and it's a bias against straight white men. It's completely outrageous and ludicrous. ludicrous, and it needs to stop. And frankly, the Justice Secretary should have known about this before, if indeed she didn't. She has a personal representative on the very sentencing council that issued these guidance. I've read the minutes. There was no objection raised whatsoever. The government have got to intervene and stop this, because I don't want a two-tier justice system. There was a time for months and months where people like myself, people like your viewers, frankly, were being told when they said that there was a two-tier justice system that they were wrong. The Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, said they were conspiracy theorists. Well, here it is, in black and white, the law of the land, the Sentencing Council have said it themselves. There is two-tier justice in this country, two-tier justice under two-tier care.
Robert Jenrick really taking that issue by the scruff of the neck.
He really has. And the Justice Secretary says is trying to distance herself from it. Just come out and say it's not going to happen. She's the Justice Secretary. The Sentencing Council has the power to do it. Take the power off them.
gbnews.com/your say to let us know your thoughts. We know you will. We're going to have more on that in just a moment. First, though, let's get the latest forecast from some of our top European holiday destinations.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
It's an unsettled story across some parts of Western Europe as we go through the next couple of days. There's the risk of some heavy, thundery rain bringing some flooding. There's a system pushing into Portugal, western Spain, and that's bringing some intense rain. Also, some heavy rain already affecting eastern parts of Spain, so further totals building up, causing more issues. More unsettled weather across parts of the Mediterranean, though further east towards Greece it's looking largely dry. Then quite a mixed bag when we head through the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
I do think that there is extremities in how this has been approached with, you can't eat kebabs anymore. The Climate Change Committee isn't talking about banning meat. It's talking about reducing meat, perhaps having some incentives for plant-based diets. It's talking about doing small changes, not phasing out everything, doing small changes to move to a net zero future, a more sustainable future.
How can me not having a large dollar combat, I don't know, China opening one coal-fired power station a week? Come on, this is pointless.
Well, there is other things that have been advised beyond just, reducing our meat consumption. There's things around the flying, the tax around flying and aviation, producing less fossil fuel imports and switching to more renewable power, upgrading the grid. There's a lot of other advisories collectively that moves us towards a net zero future. There is a few, of course, we can go down the route of, they can't eat the kebab anymore, but there's far more other things at play than just the kebab meat.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump, that man again, is just laughing at all this. Drill, baby, drill. You're not telling me that his cabinet are going to chow down on some quinoa. This is a red meat country leading the way, and if we had half a brain about us, we'd be drilling ourselves.
I come from an energy industry background. I work for a data intelligence company, Mapstand, as well. And what we are seeing is that what's happening in America is actually quite short-term thinking. It's not long-term thinking. Whereas in places in China, you're seeing a lot of innovation and green innovation because there is a huge economic opportunity.
Yeah, because they're selling it all to the West and polluting their atmosphere. We're offshoring our carbon footprint, and they're selling the solar panels back to us because we're the mugs.
We're also able to be the producers and also change our own energy so that we can also compete.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're
proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom with Andrew and Bev until midday. So the Sentencing Council, which outlines recommendations for courts in England and Wales, has issued new guidance on dealing with offenders. They're saying that judges should consider whether a criminal is from an ethnic, cultural or faith minority before sentencing.
It's been met with a backlash from the government and the Conservatives. The Justice Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, said she will write to the Council to recommend reversing guidance. Why didn't she say reverse it?
Rather than recommend. Let's speak to barrister, friend of the show, Sam Fowles, our favourite lawyer, Sam. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on this. Sam, what's the logic behind this advice that we should be giving softer sentences to people who are from a ethnic, cultural or religious minority?
Well, first, I'm afraid, Bev, I've got to correct you and I need to correct Jenrick.
Please do.
This advice is saying we should be giving softer sentences to people from BAME backgrounds is fundamentally wrong. That is misleading. What this advice does is says that everyone must consider getting a pre-sentence report. So a court must consider a pre-sentence report for everyone unless the court thinks that's unnecessary. Now, that's not particularly new. That's pretty much what most courts do anyway. It says, however, it's unlikely to be unnecessary to get a pre-sentence report in situations where the courts have been previously been unfair in their sentencing. So because ethnic or minority people are more likely to get harsher sentences for the same crimes, it is unlikely to be unnecessary to get a pre-sentence report. That's what's being said here. So what Robert Jenrick is saying is basically we should keep giving ethnic minorities longer and harsher sentences for the same crimes. That seems, in my analysis, to be what he's arguing.
And so, Sam, do we have firm evidence on that people who are, as you say, BAME, black and minority ethnic, are more likely to get a harsher sentence purely because of their identity, as opposed to maybe they have previous convictions or any other contributory factor?
Yeah, so all of the studies that have been done obviously look at contributory factors and say, and we're looking at this statistically, right? So to look at one person and another person, the courts must look at the individual. Looking at the whole picture, however, when people from ethnic minorities have similar factual backgrounds, so that for the same offence, they're more likely to get a harsher sentence. Now, that's all that the Sentencing Council is doing, is saying courts should get more information for everybody before imposing a custodial sentence. It boggles the mind that politicians think courts should be imposing custodial sentence without getting the proper information.
Sam, can I just remind you what the Justice Secretary has said? And she's a woman from an ethnic background. She says she is writing to the Sentencing Council to register her displeasure and to recommend reversing the change. She simply doesn't agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think...
So who's right? Why is she wrong? Why is the Justice Secretary wrong and you're right?
With the greatest respect to the Justice Secretary, who's a good lawyer, she hasn't read the sentencing guidelines. All I'm doing is reading out what the sentencing guidelines are saying. And to be honest, I think her response is incredibly poor. This is part of an ongoing attempt to promote a two-tier policing conspiracy theory, which is being spread by foreign far-right billionaires to attack the way the UK deals with
hang on, Sam. She's not a far-right billionaire. Shabana Mahmood is not a far-right billionaire. She's a proud Muslim.
And she is caving to this conspiracy theory rather than calling it out, which is what she should be saying is the two-tier policing conspiracy theory is rubbish. What Robert Jenrick's saying is rubbish, and it is also arguably, in my view, racist to be saying we shouldn't take action to mend racial disparities in our
So the Justice Secretary is the Justice Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, Muslim, is racist.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, it appears to be what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying, Andrew. What I very clearly said is her response is weak and it's poor because she failed to call out Robert Jenrick for what I think is a racist position.
So he's racist?
I think he's taken a racist position. I think any reasonable person would say that if you say we should maintain racial disparities in our justice system, we should keep giving people harsher sentences if they're BAME, we should maintain the risk of doing that. Well, I think that is racist to say that. I think any reasonable person would think it's racist to say that.
How was that allowed to happen in the first place, Sam?
How did it become that situation?
Yeah, what I'm saying, what I'm finding interesting is how has that situation arisen that we're giving stricter sentences to, as you might say, black and minority ethnic people? So the insinuation being, therefore, that judges are racist.
Well, I'm not an expert on this, so take whatever I say with, that pinch. But the sociologists who have studied it say that there is an unconscious bias. So basically, when we are dealing with someone who is of a different race or background to us, and remember, the sentencing guidelines don't just look at race; they look at a variety of different backgrounds. When we're dealing with someone with a different background to us, we find it more difficult to empathise with them. And
Sam, I'm just going to tell you very briefly. Sarah Jones, the industry minister, says we fundamentally disagree with the Sentencing Council. They just don't agree with you at all, Sam, the government,
I just think this is pathetic. This is absolutely...
You call it pathetic if you like. That's what ministers are...
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Morning, here's your latest Met Office weather update for GB News. Whilst there will be some showery rain arriving later on, through much of today it is going to be mostly fine and temperatures a little bit higher than they were yesterday. That being said, across the far north of Scotland through today there will be some fairly persistent rain pushing into Orkney and Shetland, and a bit of cloud across other parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland too. Elsewhere for England and Wales, largely sunny through this morning and into this afternoon, and staying largely sunny across eastern parts well through the day. Here we're going to see the highest temperatures peaking around 17 or 18 Celsius, most places though getting into the mid-teens Celsius. There will be some showery rain developing as we go through the afternoon and into the evening. Across parts of the southwest we're likely to see some showery bursts, but perhaps they'll be most prevalent across parts of Wales. Some heavy rain possible, even some rumbles of thunder, and that showery rain pushes into parts of northwest England as we go through this evening as well. Across the far west of Northern Ireland, a bit of rain arriving later on, and this will push into the Outer Hebrides as well. Elsewhere though, it's largely going to be dry as we go through the end of the day. But overnight, that rain in the far west does sweep its way a little bit further east and southeastwards, and we are going to see more showery rain across many parts of England and Wales, even across central southeastern parts. Whilst it will be largely dry and clear through much of the night, there will be some showery bursts arriving as we head towards dawn. Because of the generally more unsettled picture, it is going to be less chilly than it has been through some recent nights. Not really expecting a frost first thing tomorrow morning, but with that then there's a lot more cloud, particularly for England and Wales, than we've seen recently, and some fairly frequent outbreaks of rain. Could still be quite heavy, some higher rainfall totals building up, but across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland it's going to turn increasingly sunny with much more in the way of blue sky than we've seen so far this week. Temperatures for many will be down a couple of degrees compared to today and feeling less pleasant because of the cloud and rain. Bye-bye.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good morning, I'm Russell Holding. In Fife, the A914 is blocked each way by an accident at the Springfield turn-off causing queues. The M65 in Lancashire is partly blocked eastbound by an accident between junctions 11 and 12 near Burnley, with queues towards and past there. The M1 in Derbyshire is closed northbound at junction 29A at Markham Vale for repairs after an accident, with queues from just after the tip shelf services. In Pembrokeshire, the A40 is blocked each way by an accident at Haverfordwest causing queues. In Gloucestershire, the A38 is blocked each way by an accident between Claypits and Cambridge causing queues. queues. On the M25 in Hertfordshire, there's a lane closed clockwise where someone's broken down just after junction 22. Near St Albans, with queues from junction 21A for the M1 South. In Devon, the A30 is closed each way at a pottery after an accident causing queues, and in Cornwall, the A39 is closed each way between Whitecross and Winnards Perch after an accident. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Very good morning. It's 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 6th of March, live across the United Kingdom. This is Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner.
Softer sentences for minorities. Judges, magistrates have been told to consider the background of ethnic, cultural or faith minorities before passing sentence. The Tory Justice spokesman Robert Jenrick said this.
This is an inversion of the rule of law. We on this side of the House believe in equality under the law.
A net zero nightmare. The average household could face a nearly £1,000 rise in their energy bills by 2030. This is an exclusive investigation by GB News.
Trump gets tougher. The president says he's stopping all intelligence sharing with Ukraine. That involves Britain too. Sir Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, insists he is still a reliable ally.
And is it ever justified to smack your children? Leading scientists want a complete ban on it in England, calling it a Victorian-era punishment.
Here's a figure. 1 million people nearly in England speak little or no English at all. We're debating, should everyone, if they live here, speak the language?
And the world's most famous dog show, Crufts, begins in Birmingham today. Here's Jack.
Who let the 24,000 dogs out here at Crufts? It's back once again here in Birmingham, and I'll be speaking to the youngest contestant at this year's competition.
Now, do you know what I think we should do? We should have sent Bev there, be with Jack, because you know what she thinks of dogs.
Look, I'm getting over my fear of dogs, and in fact, we're going to show you a photo in a little while of me with some unbelievable dogs. So I think you will see, viewers, that I am doing quite well getting over my fear of dogs. I'm having to. gbnews.com/your say. For all of your thoughts this morning, first though, here's Katie with the news.
Bev, Andrew, thank you and good morning. It's 2 minutes past 10. These are your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. President Trump's administration has confirmed that they have suspended intelligence sharing with Ukraine as France steps in to offer intelligence. The White House said yesterday that it is reconsidering its pause in funding for Ukraine, and talks between the United States and President Zelensky's country over a minerals deal are ongoing. Well, also overnight, President Trump said his administration has been holding secret talks with Hamas in Qatar to secure the release of hostages in Gaza. It marks a major shift in US policy, which has long avoided direct engagement with the terrorist group. The developments come as the Defence Secretary John Healey is in Washington today for talks with his counterpart Pete Hegseth. The UK and Ireland are opening the next chapter in their relationship, the Prime Minister has said this morning. Sir Keir Starmer is meeting with the Irish Taoiseach Michael Martin as part of the first annual summit between the two nations. The leaders were in the northwest with senior government members to discuss defence and the economy. Minister for Industry Sarah Jones spoke to GB News earlier on ahead of the meeting.
I think the role that Keir Starmer is playing as the honest broker with our EU allies, with our US allies who are so important, working with Ukraine, supporting President Zelensky, making sure we get a peace through strength. So the summit today is important. It's important for the economy. We're announcing investment that will deliver 2,500 jobs, which is good news for the UK. We're also announcing further work together on clean energy that we were just talking about. But look, security, of course, will be front and centre, and the Taoiseach is meeting Trump next week. We are all working towards giving Ukraine the support they need and making sure we secure a peace through strength.
Elsewhere, Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick has branded new sentencing guidelines as completely outrageous and ludicrous, as the Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood calls for a U-turn on planned changes that would make an offender's background a bigger factor in sentencing. Ms Mahmood says she's written to the Sentencing Council urging them to scrap the new guidance after the Conservatives accused Labour of creating two-tier justice. The changes, due in April, would place more emphasis on pre-sentence reports, particularly for offenders from ethnic or faith minorities, young adults, abuse survivors and pregnant women. The Sentencing Council says its reforms aim to ensure consistency and avoid bias in the justice system. Robert Jenrick told GB News earlier on that the government needs to intervene.
It's completely outrageous and ludicrous, and it needs to stop. And frankly, the Justice Secretary should have known about this before, if indeed she didn't. She has a personal representative on the very Sentencing Council that issued these guidance. I've read the minutes. There was no objection raised whatsoever. The government have got to intervene and stop this, because I don't want a two-tier justice system.
From today, rail passengers in England are being shown how often trains are cancelled and delayed at individual stations for the first time. Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander said the new policy marks a new era of rail accountability for rail services. Performance data is now available for more than 1,700 stations and will be displayed on digital screens or accessed via QR codes. GB News reporter Steve Bennett spoke to commuters earlier on.
I think certainly passengers feel that they're left in the dark a bit. Turn up, trains don't turn up, you don't know what's going on. So anything that keeps you informed helps.
Oh, I already use the Northern Rail app, so I already know when something is cancelled or not, or if there's a delay, even if I'm 20 minutes out. So it's kind of reinforcing something they already had.
And the 1975, Neil Young and Olivia Rodrigo. Those are the Glastonbury Festival headliners announced this morning. In June, the festival's Friday show will see the British band The 1975 perform, as Canadian singer-songwriter Young leads Saturday's lineup, and US singer Rodrigo takes the final Sunday slot. Sir Rod Stewart was already confirmed for the coveted Legends slot on the Sunday, and after the festival this year, Glastonbury is taking a fallow year in 2026 to allow the farmland to recover. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now let's go back to Bev and Andrew.
Welcome back to Britain's newsroom. So we're going to be talking a bit in a little while about whether you should be... Are you busy, Andrew?
I'm just looking at these sentencing guidelines because I just don't think our barrister friend Sam Powers was right. It's clear here. It says quite clearly, from an ethnic minority, cultural minority and or faith minority community?
Well, I think what Sam was trying to explain is we clearly still have an existing discrepancy in this country that people of black and minority ethnic, I don't know where the religion comes into it, but anyway, get stricter sentences. This advice is trying to address...
Where's the evidence for that?
Well, there will be evidence. That will be pretty
Well, he didn't
easy.
produce it.
No, he didn't produce it, but I'm sure that must be fairly easy to ascertain, is sentencing and your ethnicity.
Yeah.
And so, but that was why I wanted to press him a little more on that question of, well, is it that those people have committed previous crimes which are taken into consideration?
Also, it's not guidelines either. These are rules that are coming in April. They're rules.
But if the rules are... You have to factor in whether you... What he said was subconscious bias. This is meant to encourage a judge to think, am I going to give this person a stricter sentence because they are black? Is that what my subconscious is telling me to do? Now, you can't read your own subconscious unless you're very good at hypnosis. So, again, I don't quite know what the logic is.
I can't understand it.
Surely we just have to trust judges
and magistrates. They're trained in law.
We have for decades, hundreds of years. We've trusted these people.
What are they saying? That are we saying that magistrates and judges are racist?
Effectively, yes.
Right, I don't buy it.
That is what's being said. But again, it's one of these...
I'll bang him up for longer because he's black.
But do you know what I thought? Sam Fowles made a really good point, was if Jenrick has distorted this for his own political aims, which it possibly has, Shabana Mahmood, should have then come out and point and said, no, I won't do that. But what she's done is she's then as bad as him because she's jumped on this bandwagon to presumably appeal to a different sort of voter. She should have had the backbone in that case to say, you are misinterpreting this advice, don't be a racist.
And Sarah Jones, the minister who was on our show on Breakfast earlier this morning, she actually referred to two-tier justice.
Yeah.
So ministers do not agree with Sam Fowles.
No, but I think it's really interesting because when you look at it through that prism, it's telling you an awful lot about what the panicking politicians in this country are doing, knowing actually that Reform are doing very well. So they're all responding to what they think a Reform voter might want, and I'm not even sure they're right about that. But anyway, KG has said ethnic minority men already get softer sentences when they commit crimes against British children because sometimes the age of consent in their countries can be lower than it is in Britain, so they're getting away with it.
This sentencing council, have they not heard of the grooming gang scandal?
Yeah.
For years, those men were allowed to offend with impunity because the authorities wouldn't go near them because of their ethnicity. Fact. Not me being racist, that's a fact.
Well, it was certainly one of the conclusions of the report into it, wasn't it? That police officers had behaved differently.
And social services, and council leaders, and MPs.
Right. GB News exclusive now. So the drive to net zero will see the average British household facing a £900 rise in energy bills by 2030.
This report has been conducted by Professor Gordon Hughes, a former energy advisor to the World Bank, and paints a grim picture of our energy future.
So earlier Minister for Industry, Sarah Jones, had this to say.
We don't agree with these findings at all. The starting point is, of course, every single one of us is still paying the price of Putin invading Ukraine and the impact that had on the global oil and gas prices, over which we have no control. So we have to get away from that system where we are at the whim of what might or might not happen with the likes of Putin. We know, especially this week, how important that is. So we have to invest in homegrown energy, and that's what we're doing. And this brings jobs, it brings opportunity, it brings energy security, and it cuts our bills. So we stand by the commitment that we made in our manifesto for £300 to go down up to £300 off our bills by the end of this Parliament. But look, we recognise that people need help now because bills are so high, which is why we've massively increased our warm homes discount. So 6 million families will get that £150 discount, which I think will help a lot of people in the immediate winter and the bills that we know people are going to face.
Just for clarification, Ed Miliband, who's now our Energy Secretary, said in the run-up to the election, he didn't say anything about the end of the Parliament, he said it would be £300 a year off our bills every year.
And now Sarah Jones is saying by the end of this Parliament. So you've got £300 off your bill in 4 years' time to look forward to. That sounds
and the
exciting,
the energy cap's going up. What is it? £111 a year from April.
Well, let's talk to Lucy Johnston, GB News' science and health editor, who joins us now to tell us a little bit more about this report. Lucy, tell us the detail of this. What have you concluded?
Well, excuse the pun, but what Professor Hughes, who was an advisor to the World Bank on energy and is used to doing these reports, he sort of says we're being gaslighted, really. We are relying on gas markets, but he says if you look over the long term, they don't really change very much. He says that if we move to using renewable sources, so we're moving to get all our electricity from renewable sources, that will push the prices up. So we're moving away from gas to renewable sources of electricity. We are paying tens of £1,000s an hour in subsidies. We're also paying for expensive workarounds when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. And we're paying for wind farms to just switch off. I think it's something like £180,000 an hour for that. Also, the cost of, increasing our renewables, increasing our wind farms, increasing our solar farms, all that's going to go on our bill. And he says that it will cost us about £900 in today's money extra every year. And not only that, it will push the price of goods and services on the high street up as well, because electricity is used for the hairdresser, for your cup of coffee. And he says that's going to put another £1,800 onto our bills every year just for what we're paying for in the high street. So he refutes this, and he says that looking across decades, and gas prices go up and down, and he doesn't believe, he says the Ukraine effect is now over. He really plays that down. But of course the government is saying this, we're still paying the price of Ukraine, of the invasion.
Lucy, I think I'm right in saying our energy bills are among the highest in Europe.
Yes, I think they are the highest in the group of rich nations called the OECD nations. So, and they're going up higher and higher. And all of this has been going alongside the push for renewables. The Labour government says that eventually these prices will fall down as the clean green energy takes over. But what the professor is saying is that clean green energy is expensive to run whatever you do, and it never will become cheaper, really, because we're going to have to pay. The wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine, and there's expensive things to do with it. It's a complex network maintaining,
All right, Lucy, thank you so much. GB News' science and health editor, Lucy Johnston there. Now, you're about to see Andrew and I appear to be even older than we actually are whilst we talk about the lineup for Glastonbury 2025.
All of my favourites are there, or Bev's favourites are there. US pop star Olivia Rodrigo, Who. British band, the 1975 Who. They were headlined, joined by 5-time Brit Award winner Charlie XCX. But I think Rod Stewart's there as well.
Rod Stewart, you know. Alex Davis is here from GB News' entertainment department. So, Alex.
Yes.
Who are these people and why have we not heard of them?
Well, Charlie XCX, the 5-time Brit winner, as you just mentioned, she's the one who went viral last year for doing the Brat Summer. Did you hear that last year? Well, there you go. You mentioned in 1975, they're headlining on the Friday. Right. Olivia Rodrigo, she's headlining on the Sunday.
Where's she from?
She's American. Right. She's one of these sort of child superstars who grew up. She's got some really good songs.
Yeah, she's got some good songs.
Driver's License was like #1 for weeks. Right. But whether or not she's a Glastonbury headliner sort of act is up for debate.
A bit more. She appeals to teenage girls, mainly.
So she performed at Glastonbury it was 2022, so it'll be 3 years ago, on the other stage, and it was very notable that she drew one of the biggest crowds, but it was predominantly younger girls. On the Saturday night, we have Neil Young, who is going to be headlining.
Didn't know he was still around.
Not a lot of people did, but he is. And he famously, in January, he's famous for a U-turn, is Neil Young. He decided that he said he didn't want to perform at Glastonbury this year before anything was announced because it was under the BBC's corporate control. He appears to have U-turned on that. He's the one who famously U-turned on the Spotify deal, removed his music because of Joe Rogan, and then
he's
decided...
79, so he's quite young.
70. Yeah, exactly. But he's you know, Rod Stewart is 80 and he's in the legend slot on the Sunday. Right. That's probably the big, excuse me, probably the best day to go watch, I would say.
So the biggest name there then is this Charlie woman.
Charlie XCX, yeah, for the younger crowd, shall we say, yes.
Ray, but isn't it an older crowd who go?
Well, this is the thing, but there's been a transition in recent years from typical rock acts to just more popular acts. Last year, for example, it was Dua Lipa, SZA, if you've heard of her.
I've heard of Dua Lipa.
Yeah, Dua Lipa, SZA and Coldplay headlined. The year before that, it was probably actually more on brand for Glastonbury. That was Arctic Monkeys, Guns N' Roses and Elton John.
Arctic Monkey, who Gordon Brown claimed were his favourite band, we know it was a fib.
I doubt he knows.
But you know what's happened, Alex? In the olden days, when we used to listen to music growing up, you'd listen to the same music as your parents because you'd have maybe one radio on in the car or a tape player in the car or even CDs. But actually what happens now is kids are listening to music themselves in their headphones. Yeah. They're listening to completely different music to the adults. There's never been such a difference between what children listen to and what adults listen to.
Well, my partner's only 3 years younger than me, and she says, have you heard this? And I say no, and she says it's everywhere on TikTok.
Yeah.
So that's where if you do a funky viral dance on TikTok, you're all of a sudden #1 in the charts, which means people like Rod Stewart get sort of not relegated, but they're put in the legend slot rather than the headline, for example.
Yeah, but they're the only ones who play any real music. Let's be honest, the legends are the only ones who play any real music, and I've literally never sounded so old. I can hear my mother's voice coming out of my mouth.
Well, one of the biggest and most talked about performances in recent years was Paul McCartney's from about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
He did about 3 hours in his late 70s, and that's still spoken about as one of the best, most recent Glastonbury performances.
You could still cut it.
Yeah, exactly. Rod Stewart, I've heard... I've never seen Rod Stewart live, but at 80...
He's been doing Vegas, so he must be doing well.
Exactly.
So Charlie XCX, is she, I've heard my kids talking about her. Is she British?
Yes, yeah. She caused quite a stir at the Brits on Saturday, stepped out in a very sheer dress with nothing underneath.
She the one who got boobs out at the Brits?
That's her, and the ITV cameraman was sent into a bit of a panic and did his best to keep her from the neck up every time she kept winning a Brit, but she won 5 of them. She was on the stage constantly.
Well, clothes, it seems, are very overrated these days. But even at the Oscars, pretty much most of the women were almost completely naked, with just sheer things over their underwear.
Well, there was the big thing earlier at the beginning of last month where Kanye West's wife decided to just attend the Grammys completely naked.
Really stupid.
So, you know, people like bearing all. Yeah.
And Charlie XCX, what kind of music is it? Is it poppy? Is it...
It's pop, funky, dance, house.
Oh, I might quite like
all of that fun stuff.
So she
did a song with Billie Eilish, who headlined in 2022.
Right.
Who was the youngest headliner. Olivia Rodrigo is the second youngest behind her. So you know that's a powerhouse in the world of music at the moment, Billie Eilish, and she's teamed up with Charlie XCX before.
So are you going to Glastonbury?
I doubt it. No, well, I mean, the thing is that I like the 1975. Olivia Rodrigo's got some good songs. I don't really know Neil Young, but if I had bought tickets for this, I would be feeling a bit deflated. There were rumours that, like, Lady Gaga might be unveiled,
oh, really?
Rihanna, Sam Fender, like some other big names in music. Yeah. They haven't come to fruition. A lot of the comments on the Instagram post promoting the poster, some have called it the worst Glasgow lineup of all time. Some have called it woeful. Obviously, fans of the 1975 and Olivia Rodrigo and so on will say it's great.
They need ABBA.
Well, yeah.
Change everything.
You can go see the holograms up the road, you know.
I've been.
Yeah, any good?
Great. I'm going again next week.
Well, you could do that instead of Glastonbury.
I've never been to Glastonbury. It's too muddy.
Yeah.
Charlie XCX is 32. I thought she was going to be like a 22-year-old.
No, she's been about for a few years. I can't remember the actual name of the song, but she was a part of a song. I'm not going to sing it either. Where it was like, I love it. A big dance anthem from about 6 or 7 years ago.
I'm still trying to listen quite well.
I know it's like she's here, but...
Yeah, that was very rich.
I can't. No, because this will get clipped and it'll go everywhere.
I love it.
It goes, I love it, I don't care, I love it.
I know.
Yeah.
There we are, you see.
That's a great song.
Yeah, so she's been about for a while.
I didn't know she sang that.
We'll put it on in a break and have a boogie.
But right.
Yeah, we will.
You could do a funky film for TikTok.
Oh, why not?
Oh, well, that'll be good. That'll be a crowd pleaser.
There were some other big acts just before we go. Loyal Kana, Biffy Clyro, Alanis Morissette are on the Friday.
Oh, wonderful, Alanis.
Ray, who was Grammy nominated, she's fantastic. She's there. Doechii, who won a Grammy Scissor Sisters, The Script, Jade, they're all from Little... Yeah, they're still going.
They were still together.
They're still going, yeah, they're still going. They're on the Saturday.
Also, can't lie.
Not me at all.
Not me, really.
And then Snow Patrol of Libertines Prodigy on the Sunday with Rod Stewart and Olivia Rodrigo.
And it will still sell out.
Oh, I think it already has.
Oh, has it already?
It's an experience,
yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Music.
Yeah.
I think this is the thing with the backlash. It's like you buy the tickets before you know who's going to be there.
Right.
Because you go for Glastonbury. You don't go for the...
Yeah.
You don't go if you're a 1975 fan.
Got to move on, Alex. Sorry. Alex Davis there.
Great voice, by the way.
Now, it's the final week to see if you could win one of 2 amazing prize bundles in our latest giveaway.
Each one has a brand new, and I've got it right now, iPhone 16. £500 in shopping vouchers, £10,000 in tax-free cash. Hurry up, lines close tomorrow. Good luck.
Lines close tomorrow on your chance to be one of 2 big winners. As we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, as lines close at 6 p.m. tomorrow. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Basically, we know the people behind Bond are the Broccoli family. And for the last 30 years, Cubby Broccoli's daughter, Barbara, and her half-brother, Michael G. Wilson, have been looking after the franchise and done very well with it. When you think of what a great Bond Daniel Craig was.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't had a new movie for 4 years, and now it looks like Amazon are going to take over the helm, and apparently relations are strained between Barbara and Stephen and Amazon, which to me sounds like they've, even though it's their baby, they've been pushed aside. So they've decided to step back. So now this new guy, Jeff Bezos from Amazon, is asking you who you would like to be the next 007. One name in the papers is Tom Cruise. But he's American. But
no.
Well,
this is what worries me about Amazon having it, though. It's going to become really Americanized.
Yeah, or very, very woke. I mean, are we going to have a woman playing James Bond?
I don't know if Jeff Bezos is that woke, is he?
Well, no, but Amazon are quite woke, aren't
they? No, they were woke when it was trendy to be woke, and now that we've got Trump in the White House, then they're not going to be woke at all. I mean, it's the Americanization I worry about, and I do know somebody else who was in for it, who is Ian Fleming's great nephew, who would have kept it in Britain, right?
It should be kept in Britain,
and it's the Broccolis. They were American. Oh, she is American. But, I mean, they were based in Britain. And we want it to stay British.
They'll keep it at Pinewood. Right time.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Britain's Newsroom with Andrew Bevan till midday. Carol Malone and